Once upon a time, there were a cluster of little villages on the bank of a river, and it took thrill in plying a brisk trade. Then came traders from across the seas and turned the little hamlets into the biggest commercial hub in the East. Indeed, history is the foundation for the pillars of modernity to stand firm and protect the chronicles for the future. Calcutta, Kipling's chance-erected midday halt of a trader by the name of Job Charnock, created its own destiny as one of the greatest cities of the world by the early 19th century. Proud of its history and propelled by its industrious citizens, the city gave birth to the country's oldest custodian of industry and commerce when on 19th of December 1833, 25 business firms signed a circular letter, thereby forming the first ever business chamber, which later blossomed into the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry in 1853. Started by British and Indian merchants, it prospered from the 1850s when large managing agency houses assumed its leadership. The Bengal Chamber is a parent body of industry associations spanning tea, jute, engineering, as business promotion in general, including the apex national chambers. The Bengal Chamber has played a supportive role to the development of infrastructural services, railways, electricity, telephone, gas, postal services, shipping and waterways. The Bengal Chamber has been associated with the setting up of the country's first business school, the Indian Institute of Social Welfare and Business Management, and also the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. It has helped to set up landmarks in Kolkata, like the Academy of Fine Arts, the Auditorium at Nazrul Manch, Woodlands Nursing Home, and a spectacular Sonnet Lumiere show at the Victoria Memorial. During Calcutta Municipal Corporation's formative years, the Chamber helped CMC in formulating a number of important civic legislations and practices, which played their own critical part in establishing Calcutta as a preeminent metropolis in the world. The Chamber became the first port of call on matters of federal and state government policies and legislations, many of which the Chamber reviewed and commented upon before their passage through the Parliament and the Assembly. The Chamber was involved in the conceptualization of the airport at Dum Dum and the Howrah Bridge, and had lobbied for the creation of overland trade routes with China through Tibet. The Howrah Bridge, which is a famous symbol of Kolkata, West Bengal and India, was the third longest cantilever bridge at the time of its construction, and is the sixth longest bridge of its type in the world at present. The arguments in favor of constructing such a bridge across the Hooghly River had figured in the Chamber's correspondences as far back as 1855. The Chamber had since 1860 focused on the utilization of waterways for commerce and transportation, and the Chamber's records include many references to the desirability of constituting a river trust, exercising jurisdiction over the 120 miles of pilot's water that lie between Calcutta and the sea, thus leading to the formation of the Calcutta Port Trust in 1870. The Chamber has always stood by and with society, from inculcating in our children the need for a sustainable natural environment, which will in turn help create a secure future for the generations to come, to being the chief relief distributor during the Great Bengal Famine of 1943, to aiding war-affected areas and taking up relief work for Cyclone Aila-affected villages in the Sundarbans, a World Heritage Site. The Chamber has taken CSR as one of the guiding principles for business operations. History has also been kind to the chamber, since quite often we have written it. It was therefore appropriate that history was created all over again when we had Sri Pranab Mukherjee, President of India, honoring the chamber as our chief guest at the AGM in September 2013.
Because normally the President does not take part in the AGM or other functions of the Chamber of Commerce and Industries. I made an exception because of my nostalgic feeling along with the city and the organizations associated with it, but also because of the fact when I was told that perhaps this is the oldest organization in India, and for long 180 years it is moving on.
The President expressed his unequivocal love for Kolkata and for the chamber, which had influenced his decision to address, for the first time ever, the AGM of a Chamber of Commerce. Sri Mukherjee said the chamber had provided yeoman service to the nation for 180 years and wished for it to do so for the next 180 years.
For 180 years, you have rendered yeoman service to the community. I wish you to do so in the coming 180 years.
Throughout the ages, the chamber has been fortunate to receive the blessings and support of the personalities who have led our nation as statesmen and led the path of progress for a proud India. In this journey, we have been blessed to have had interacted with icons who have steered our teeming millions with their leadership, vision, and compassion. Our local area development initiatives, our outreach activities, and project-led approach in the northeastern region of India, and our international business linkages with overseas partners are all torchbearers of our ever-expanding activities. Today, the Chamber's range of operations is diverse and evolving over time. The Chamber has indeed assumed a multifaceted role while also focusing on catalyzing a city of analytics for leveraging the big data revolution in the world. Our linkages with overseas governments, businesses and institutions are growing stronger by the day, and we have created very relevant B2B platforms for both inward and outward investments by hosting delegations and taking regular business missions spanning continents.
কেহ নাহি জানে কারাও ভানে কত মানুষের ধারা দুর্বার স্রোতে এলো কোথা হতে সমুদ্রে হলো হারা কত মানুষের ধারা হেথায় আর্য হেথায় অনার্য হেথায় দ্রাবিড় চীন সখুন দল পাঠান মোগল এক দেহে হলো লীন পশ্চিমে আজ খুলি আছে দ্বার সেটা হতে সবে আনে উপহার দিবে আর নিবে মিলাবে মিলিবে যাবে না ফিরে এই ভারতের মহামানবের সাগর তীরে জাগরে ধীরে.
Much is happening in the East today, but much still remains to be done. The doors to the world are now open. In this new environment, Bengal can find its destiny and become the gateway to the East, including new horizons beckoning in Southeast Asia and China. The Bengal Chamber shares this truth with the people of the region.
We have always defined ourselves by the ability to overcome the impossible. And we count these moments when we dare to aim higher, to make a difference, to set a mark. And in this pursuit of ours, let us be reminded that we are still pioneers. And our greatest strength is our faith in the words, I can. Educational initiatives from the JIS Group. The Wall of Knowledge, engineering lives.
Holistic, value-based, experiential. Learning is always comprehensive at SMU. Located at Newtown, Rajarhat, Kolkata, SMU lies close to the new corporate hub of the city. Established through the enactment of the Sister Nivedita University Act 2017, SNU is deeply inspired by the thoughts and teachings of Swami Vivekananda and Sister Nivedita. Housing an environment of inclusiveness, the university promises to provide education to all without any bias based on class, social status, creed, religion, or gender. The SNU campus boasts of a well-designed, ergonomical infrastructure with educational facilities par global standards. SNU also provides students with accommodation facilities that harbor an interactive, healthy, hygienic, and academic-oriented environment. Moreover, healthy, home-cooked food items are served in the cafeteria.
एट एसएनयू का फूड कोर्ट हम लोग खुले हैं। यहाँ पर हम लोग इंडियन, चाइनीज, बंगाली और भी डिशेज रखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और फूड क्वालिटी में कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज हम लोग नहीं करते हैं।
In-house buses with well-coordinated routes covering all parts of the city provide a smooth, safe and convenient transport service.
In addition to providing playground, indoor games facilities, we have set up yoga center here. We have an agreement with the Korean organization, a special type of martial art, Taekwondo.
SNU, it has been a life-changing experience for me.
At SNU, I have believed I have made a right decision to join this university.
At SNU, I have started becoming a good human, discovering new ideas and innovation which comes along with creativity and excellence. I have started enjoying my life at SNU and I hope you will enjoy it here too.
(1966), 2,000 kilometers away from their traditional homeland, a team of inspired businessmen start a new chapter in education in Calcutta. When the hard-working community of entrepreneurs felt the need to preserve the linguistic and cultural heritage, the Bhawanipur Education Society College was founded under the aegis of the Bhawanipur Gujarati Education Society, affiliated to the University of Calcutta. A campus that inspires excellence through a range of extracurricular activities.
Bhavanipur Education Society College is proud to reveal the Bhavanipur way of life, learning for leadership and liberal values.
Are you stressed out, indecisive, and confused about your career? ECPT A120 Minutes, world's most technologically advanced career predictive test. IBM's AI and deep learning technology will match your skills and aptitude to over 1,400 careers. Get your career tested at ecptonline.com.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the third Annual Education Conclave 2020, hosted by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, partnered by ABP Education. United Kingdom is a partner country, and the conclave is supported by British Council. The conclave was scheduled for 2 consecutive days, and after a very insightful and engaging session yesterday, we have gathered here for day 2, and we are certain it would be extremely synergetic. A very warm welcome to our delegates, our esteemed speakers, event moderators, and most importantly, our audience. To give a brief insight of the legacy of BCC&I, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a 187 years old heritage institution, which is India's oldest and the second oldest institution of its kind in the world. Donning its multiple roles as catalyst, initiator, facilitator, business partner, and service provider, the Bengal Chamber has made significant contributions to the government, both at the center and at the state. In its history spanning almost 2 centuries and as recognition of our contribution as a think tank, the Bengal Chamber has always had the honor of having leading lights of the country speak at some of our forums. In independent India, from the legendary Sri C. Rajagopalachari, the then Governor General of India, various cabinet ministers and chief ministers of West Bengal have graced the chamber with their august presence. In 184 years of its operation, the chamber has had the privilege of hosting some of the esteemed dignitaries like Sri Pranab Mukherjee, the then President of India, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the sitting Prime Minister of India, Nancy Powell, US Ambassador to India, Dr. Montek Singh Ahluwalia, Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission of India, amongst others. The Chamber has made its mark by holding a lot of signature events in the East. We have been curating events in different fields of the society like energy and environment, finance, banking, IT, leadership, travel, sports, CSR, marketing, as well as creating quality programs for the benefit of the business community and society at large. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, this session is supported by the British Council, and the theme of the session is NEP Meets International Research, the case for multilingual education in India. We would like to now have a small presentation for all of you being paid. All right, now I would request Dr. Dipanjan Chakraborty, who is the Director, British Council East and Northeast India, to welcome Dr. Ianthi Simply, Chair of English and Applied Linguistics at the University of Cambridge. To introduce Dr. Chakraborty, he has over 18 years of experience in leading education, development, and cultural collaboration programs in India and internationally for British Council. In his present role, he leads on of British Council businesses and cultural relations work in East and Northeast India, covering 13 states and Bhutan. This includes partnerships with schools and higher education institutions, English language training and teaching direct and through partnerships with state governments in the areas of arts and creative economy, with young people and sports through premier skills and through examination services and library and information services. Welcoming Dr. Chakraborty, and over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Just a quick.
That's right, sir. We can.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Shanchari, for that very warm introduction. And welcome viewers from wherever you are watching and tuning in to the first session of Day 2 at Bengal Chamber of Commerce third Annual Education Conclave from the British Council. We are incredibly proud to be partnering with this particular conclave. We have been supporting the conclave for the last 3 years. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Ianthi Maria Simply, who is Chair of English and Applied Linguistics at the University of Cambridge and Professorial Fellow of Fitzwilliam College in Cambridge. Before working for Cambridge, she held the position of Professor of Multilingualism and Cognition at the School of Psychology and Clinical Language Sciences at the University of Reading, my old university in the UK, and the position of Professor of Psycholinguistics and Director at the Language and Development at the Department of Theoretical and Applied Linguistics at Aristotle University in Thessaloniki, Greece. Professor Simply has a PhD in linguistics from University College London, where she also taught linguistics at that department for a short while. She taught at the University of Newcastle, Newcastle upon Tyne, and also previously at the University of Cambridge in Research Center for English and Applied Linguistics shortly. She teaches and researches in multilingualism, language, literacy and cognition, first and second language acquisition and psycholinguistics, language development in exceptional circumstances, language impairment and theoretical syntax. A large part of her research has been through externally funded research projects. Her most recent research project that she will be talking to us about was funded by Economic and Social Research Council of UK, as well as Department for International Development, that is now part of Foreign Commonwealth and Development Department of the UK government. And this project is called Multilingualism and Multiliteracy, Raising Learning Outcomes in Challenging Contexts in Primary Schools Across India. This was a 4-year project, and and it was in collaboration with a number of universities, both in the UK and in India. In India, it was in partnership with Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS as we know it, in Bangalore, EFL University, English and Foreign Languages University in Hyderabad, as well as the University of Reading. British Council is delighted to be one of the partners of that research. And Yancy and I met in 2014 at a wonderful event in London called the English Partnership Event. And from there, the germs of this project were, we seeded that project in those conversations. And then we went on a wonderful tour of India later that year, starting with Jaipur. And we built the case and then the foundations for this wonderful project that Yancy is going to talk to us about. And I now invite Professor Yancy Maria Simply to tell us more about this wonderful research that has such an impact on India's new national education policy. Welcome, Yancy.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. I will start sharing my screen now. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
You can. Okay, good, good. Well, thank you very much for the introduction, Debanjan. Thank you very much to the organizing committee for inviting me. It's a privilege and an honor for me to be invited to this event. It's also quite timely because the project that I coordinated, I directed for the last 4 years has come to an end. And so I am pleased to be able to report some of the findings of this project. So the aims of today's presentation are to consider how the national education policy that has just been published could be viewed in light of the evidence of this large research project that Debanjan talked about, which focused on primary school children in India. And what I'll try and do is I will try to compare and juxtapose the aims and objectives of NEP with the findings and recommendations coming from this evidence base. So I was very pleased to read the new national education policy that was recently published. And there are certain principles, these fundamental principles that I think are presented extremely well in that document. So I selected some that are most relevant to my project, to the project that I'm going to present. And the first one is recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capabilities of each student. So a focus on the learner, an emphasis on conceptual understanding rather than rote learning and learning for exams, creativity and critical thinking, promoting multilingualism and the power of language in teaching and learning, life skills such as communication, cooperation, teamwork, and resilience, which are all, let's say, properties that we found in the children that we looked at in the project. A focus on regular formative assessment for learning rather than the summative assessment, which actually encourages, the summative assessment we know encourages rote learning a lot in contrast to formative assessment. Respect for diversity and respect for the local context. And of course, the importance on teachers and faculty as the heart of the learning process. So I selected those as fundamental principles because they're very close to the aims that the project had and the evidence that we got from there, which led to very similar recommendations. So although Debanjan already presented the title of the project, you can see it at the top of the slide. It's multilingualism and multiliteracy, raising learning outcomes in challenging contexts in primary schools across India. The project started in May 2016. It finished in July 2020. I had two co-investigators from the UK, Theo Marinis and Janine Treffers-Daller, that you can see on top there. They are psycholinguists and applied linguists. And I had three co-investigators from India, Minati Panda, who is in JNU, who is a psychologist working on education, focusing on multilingual education. Lina Mukhopadhyay, who is an applied linguist at EFLU in Hyderabad, and Suvarna Aladi, who is a neurologist, really, but she has focused in her research on the positive effects of bilingualism on the elderly population, and in particular on the delay of the signs of dementia and Alzheimer's. So we had consultants and partners, and I was extremely privileged to be able to work with all of these people. Our consultants included Debanjan Chakrabarti and Amy Lightfoot from British Council, Dirjing Ran from the Language and Learning Foundation, and academics Ajit Mohanty from JNU, Rama Matthew from Delhi, and Ganesh Devi. Our closest partner was British Council, and we are, all the team, the project team is very lucky to actually have been able to work with British Council so closely, because none of this would have happened without their support in contacting schools, in contacting education authorities, but also in helping us understand and find our way in how to conduct this research. Okay, so the Multilila project, this is the logo that we used. The Multilila project, as I said, tried to address the problem of low learning outcomes. I have to say that we weren't aiming to assess low learning outcomes. This was something that was reported in previous studies from children in India, from primary school children in India. We know that India is a highly multilingual country, and in the global north, studies in the global north have shown that children who are bilingual or multilingual actually have an advantage in terms of attention and learning skills. Okay, so the question is, why is it that we found low learning outcomes in children in India who are in a very linguistically diverse environment? They grow up in a very linguistically diverse environment, and why don't they benefit to the same degree as in other contexts from their multilingualism? So the focus was only on children in government schools, and the focus was on 3 sites. It was in Delhi, Hyderabad, and Patna. And in Delhi and Hyderabad, the urban areas, we looked at schools that took children who were slum dwellers and those that were non-slum dwellers. And in Patna, we looked at schools which were either in town or in non-remote rural areas. So the aim of the project, I will focus on what I want to say today rather than present the whole project as such. Whether children who learn through a language which is not their home language, whether these children achieve less than children whose home and school languages are the same, okay? And that's a question that is not very original. It has been asked again and again, but it looks like in some cases, we don't have enough evidence to answer the question fully and completely. These are the number of children that we tested. It was a total of 2,500 children that we tested in Delhi, in Hyderabad, and Patna as a total. So in Delhi and Hyderabad, we had a semi-longitudinal study. So we tested the same children twice One's in year 4, one is in year 5, both in Delhi and Hyderabad. In Patna, it was cross-sectional. So at the same time, we tested children in year 4 and year 5. And so in total, we have 2,500 children. Each child was presented with 14 different tasks that included literacy, numeracy, their oral language abilities, mathematical reasoning, and cognitive tasks. And that gives us a total number of data points, which is 35,000, which for us is a huge number. We are still trying to archive all this data to make it available to for open access, so people can access, other researchers can access the data and can continue with the work. In terms of tasks, we used a number of different tasks to test their literacy, numeracy, and cognition. I'm not going to talk about all these tasks here, obviously, but what I'm going to say is that in terms of cognition, we focused on a task testing their fluid intelligence, their non-language intelligence, non-verbal intelligence, which is more like a problem-solving ability. And we also tested their working memory. And the reason why we focused on these tasks is because intelligence and memory are two important cognitive prerequisites for learning. So this was why we focused on those. Apart from the assessments on literacy and numeracy, we also conducted some classroom observations to be able to see in English classes and in math lessons whether teachers use, what activities they use and what types of languages they use when doing this, when teaching in these activities. So the question is, what the results were. You can find actually the long research report of that project on our website. And you can also find a brief report which aims to talk to parents, teachers and teacher educators, and policymakers to find out what our recommendations are on the basis of our findings. I don't know how familiar you are with this type of graphs, and I don't want to go very deep into any of these, but what I'm presenting here is from a journal article that we published, which includes data from 1,272 children in Standard 4 from our project. And what we are looking at is all the components of literacy, okay, in the task that we used. So we had letter reading, word reading, paragraph reading, story reading, and reading comprehension. And the dark blue columns that you can see are all about reading in regional language. So the regional languages were Hindi for Patna and Delhi, and Telugu for Hyderabad. But we tested all the children in English literacy as well. And remember that all these children come from low socioeconomic background, okay? Now, what I would like you to notice is that the dark blue bars are always higher than the light blue, which is English, all right? So what we see is that literacy in the home languages for Standard 4 children is actually an advantage to learning, because when you compare it with English, English is really significantly lower, and you can see for each site how it goes. So the only place where we didn't find a difference in reading is with letters, okay? Now, I would like to point out that reading comprehension is the ultimate aim of literacy, okay? So when you learn how to read, the aim is to be able to comprehend what you're reading. And what you can see is that in regional language, comprehension is quite good, but in English, it's really poor. But I want to say that one percentage of our children, the children that you've just seen, was children who did not speak the regional language, but they spoke any of these languages that are not used at school. Okay, they're not used as school languages. And what you can see is that these minority language children were always underperforming compared to those that had the majority language as a home language. Okay, so here we have what Jit Mohanty has been talking about, which is the double divide. So it's not just a question of whether you are taught in English. So English is going to be a problem for all these children because none of these children have English in their home as a home language. But it's also using the regional language and not the home language actually creates a further disadvantage for the minority language children that we can see in all aspects of literacy in the regional language. So what does this tell us and how is this related to what the NEP proposes? So in the section where it talks about multilingualism and the power of language, NEP suggests wherever possible, the medium of instruction, until at least grade 5, but preferably till grade 8 and beyond, will be the home language, mother tongue, local language, regional language. High quality textbooks, including in science, will be made available in home languages, mother tongue. All efforts will be made early on to ensure that any gaps that exist between the language spoken by the child and the medium of teaching are bridged. In terms of what we have proposed, and on the basis of results like the ones I showed you before, is that state governments need to urgently acknowledge the shortcomings of blindly imposing English as the medium of instruction on learners because the outcomes are not good, as you just saw. And home languages, both minority and regional languages, need to be supported in primary schools. So you see that, the link is there. It's evident between what our recommendations were and what the NEP suggests. The second finding is that the number of languages a child speaks at home has an effect on the child's school performance and cognitive skills. And this is a question about whether children come from multilingual households or monolingual households. And you don't need to worry about the graphs. They can only tell you very quickly that on the intelligence task and on the working memory task that we use, children coming from multilingual homes actually performed better than children coming from monolingual homes, okay? And this is true for both tasks. So they seem to have better scores on fluid intelligence and working memory, which means that multilingualism is something that needs to be supported. Also, if you are multilingual, you're actually doing better in English literacy, all right? So remember, none of these children had English at home. They only had English at school. And it seems that the children who come from multilingual households actually read English better than children coming from monolingual households, which means that speaking many languages and having linguistic diversity in your home environment actually improves your ability to deal with a language that is not spoken at home. What does NEP say about this in the same section? It says, in cases where home language, mother tongue textbook material is not available, the language of transaction between teachers and students will still remain the home language, mother tongue, wherever possible. Teachers will be encouraged to use a bilingual approach, including bilingual teaching learning materials with those students whose home language may be different from the medium of instruction. Well, that clearly has a lot to do with how you teach English. And what we say in the Multilila project is that multilingual practices in teaching and learning are natural and need to be supported because teachers and learners in India are multilingual. So for us, it's not just a question of bilingualism, it's a question of multilingualism, because in many classrooms, you're going to have more than 2 languages that can be used by the children. But the principle and the rationale is the same in both the NEP and Multilila. It also says all languages will be taught with high quality to all students. A language does not need to be the medium of instruction for it to be taught and learned well. And this is, I underline this because this is precisely what we are saying in Multilila. We say that English should be taught and supported from Standard 1 as a subject, but not as a medium of instruction. So it's only in late primary, early secondary school that it should become an option as a medium of instruction. Pupils need to learn basic literacy and numeracy, but crucially above all, they need to learn how to learn, because that's what education is about, as we all know. So when good learning skills are established in a language children know, then they can transfer these skills to develop academic English in secondary school after having already acquired a good level of proficiency in English in primary school. So that's with regard to the second finding. Moving on to the third finding of the project, we found that poverty, lack of rich print exposure at home, and migration do not necessarily create cognitive disadvantages if and only if schools support these children's learning. So if we look at numeracy, for example, the children in Delhi that come from slum areas actually had higher numeracy skills in word problems, in subtraction and in division than the children in Delhi from non-slum areas. So we didn't find a disadvantage, although we assume that these children are more deprived than the other group of children. And also, both in Delhi and Hyderabad, we found that in the other cognitive task that was looking at attention and the ability to stop yourself from producing a response that is incorrect, it looked like children from slums actually performed better than children from schools that were in non-slum areas. So they had better attention skills and better abilities to inhibit incorrect responses. So it's also the case that in Patna, we found that in terms of literacy in Hindi and literacy in English, the children coming from non-remote rural areas were higher, they scored higher than children from town areas, which is exactly the opposite of what we expected, because we thought that the children from non-remote rural areas would actually be underprivileged in terms of the stimulation that they have in school or outside school than the other children. But that's not what we found. So when we tried to look at this finding in relation to NEP, in NEP it says education is the single greatest tool for achieving social justice and equality. Inclusive and equitable education, while indeed an essential goal in its own right, is also critical to achieving an inclusive and equitable society in which every citizen has the opportunity to dream, thrive, and contribute to the nation. So the Multilila response to that is that education authorities indeed should invest further into disadvantaged children who lack parental support in literacy and numeracy. Because one of the most important differences in terms of socioeconomic status between children that come from more privileged backgrounds and children that come from underprivileged backgrounds is the support that these children get at home, okay? So even if they go to the same schools, when they go back home, in cases where the parents are able to help and they have the time to help the children with homework and with their support in all their schooling, these children have an advantage, and this advantage is something that is inbuilt in the society. But if we think about it, you know, educating disadvantaged children in a language they don't understand, so instead of using multilingual resources, using just one imposed language, that may lead to a proliferation of illiterate and illiterate citizens. The fourth finding is that the languages used in classrooms do not seem to correspond to the one language that the official medium of instruction suggests. Okay, so we had classroom observations which looked at the teaching environment. They looked at the languages that the teachers used when they were teaching and the activities that they used. their teaching practice, and we record their good practices too. Now, what I want to show you here is the question we asked is, okay, so this school is supposed to be English medium, right? Does that mean that they have English textbooks? Does it mean that they have English exams, English assessment? And does it mean that teaching is in English, right? What we found, these are from the schools in Delhi. These are English medium, this is English medium school, and this is Hindi medium. And this is the average of all the schools that we looked at from the classroom observations. Now, this is supposed to be an English medium school, but actually there are only two types of language combination that are used. It's Hindi at 23% and mixing between Hindi and English at 77%. Now, if you go to a Hindi medium school, what do you see? Well, actually, Hindi and mixing between Hindi and English. So in the English medium, there is no monolingual English medium of instruction, although officially the schools are supposed to be English medium. And so this language mixing of English and Hindi happens in both school types for obvious reasons, because they want to help children understand, right? Teachers want to help children understand. And in Hyderabad, we found something even more colorful, which is in English medium, there is 42% of English used in class, but then there was language mixing, there was some Hindi, and in the Telugu medium schools, we have a similar combination. So can we spot the differences between English medium and Telugu medium? Well, I can't. I can see that in both cases, you get a mixing of languages and you get some English, but also some of the regional language too. So you get Telugu in both cases. And in this context, we looked at the teaching activities and the languages used. And I'm not going to ask you to read any of this, but what I want to say is that one of the activities that is not very helpful for the children is for the teacher to stand in front of the class reading a textbook aloud, okay? And what do we see here? We see that when English was used only, reading aloud was the most frequent activity that the teacher engaged in, whereas when one of the regional languages was used, reading aloud was the least frequent activity that was used. And similar with language mixing, reading aloud was quite low. So you can actually see that it's not just what the teacher is doing in terms of a method of teaching, it's also a link between the teaching activity and the language that is used during that activity. And it looks like teachers feel more comfortable using an activity which is not very interactive, like reading aloud, when they're using English. So it seems to be the case that the majority of lessons that we observed were teacher-led and did not encourage children to demonstrate their understanding or skills in a meaningful way. So moving to what the new National Education Policy is saying about optimal learning environments and support for students, what we see is that effective learning requires a comprehensive approach that involves appropriate curriculum, engaging pedagogy, continuous formative assessment, and adequate student support. And then it goes on to talk about the quality of teacher education, recruitment, deployment, etc. And what we say in Multilila is that teacher training is urgently required. Teachers, both pre-service teachers, that is in Bachelor of Education programs, and in-service teachers need training to develop the necessary skills. And here we differ from the National Education Policy in saying that it is a combination, that training needs a combination. So we need teachers to be trained to deliver lessons in a structured and interactive way using multilingual methods. So using multilingual methods goes together with developing more of a learner-centered approach so that teachers are trained in how to teach children strategies of improving listening and reading comprehension skills. So to finish with this, the recommendations that we have in our project is to encourage use of the home language in the classroom, which is very much consistent with what the National Education Policy suggests. Teachers need training in how to use multilingual approaches to teach students, and using everyday language to explain mathematics and other academic concepts. We should encourage them to communicate their understanding in their preferred or strongest language. That's for the children, but also the teachers. And essentially, we need to have school systems understand and recognize the resilience that children from disadvantaged and underprivileged contexts develop. So these are some recommendations that we suggested, and I think they're very much in line with the new National Education Policy published in 2020. And I thank you very much for your attention. And I will stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you so much, Yanti, for that brilliant presentation and sharing the findings of the Multilila project. Am I audible? Can anyone just give me an indication? Right. Okay. Yanti, I mean, I suppose for the benefit of the slightly less technical audience, lay audience listening in, could you explain to us what is the difference between English medium instruction and teaching English as a subject? Because I think in that kind of detail lies the devil.
Yes, indeed. So English medium instruction is when you use English to teach any subject. So you can teach mathematics, you can teach environmental science, you can teach, I don't know, religious studies, whatever content course in that language. Okay, and this is what has been suggested in various government schools, actually, as you know very well, both in Delhi and Hyderabad. There were no English medium schools in Patna, but teaching English as a subject means that there is a dedicated number of hours every week. The children are taught English, okay, as a language, right, as a language, but all the other subjects are taught in the regional language or the home language or whatever system is used. And I think that there is also, I mean, this question of yours, I don't know if I have explained that, but this question of yours is related also to the 3-language formula, right? Because the 3-language formula suggests that you start off with one language and then at different stages in primary school, you are introduced to new languages, but these new languages are going to be taught as languages, as subjects, right? They're not going to be used as mediums of instruction.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is exactly the same rationale. So using a language as medium of instruction means that this is a medium in which you teach all sorts of different subjects in the curriculum. Using a language as a subject, you know, teaching a language as a subject means that you have a dedicated number of hours in the week that you use just for teaching that language as a language, and you can build knowledge of this language as an academic language within this number of hours. You can still have English, for example, from standard 1 for 5 or 6 hours a week, building English knowledge in the children, but the rest of the subject could be taught in, I don't know, in the regional language or whatever language is used. The proposal that we are trying to recommend, you know, from Multilila project is that it is essential for teachers, because it's natural for them and for children to use more than one language when they're teaching. You know, we've seen in the classroom observations that teachers mix languages, and it's very natural for them to do that.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things that the Multilila project highlights, and, you know, there is no causal link between the recommendations of Multilila and the National Education Policy, but I think it supports the recommendations of multilingual, supports what the National Education Policy says. I think one of the best things about that is it recognizes that the multiple languages that young pupils bring to the classroom are assets within the classroom rather than a disadvantage, because traditionally for a long time Indian education system has felt it's a problem. Very early on I went to a school where very early years where we were penalized for speaking our mother languages or Hindi in the school. So I think can you tell us a little bit more about how mother tongue based instruction in the early years lays the foundational principles of literacy, for instance? Because in yesterday's conversations, one of the speakers, Pramatraj Sinha, mentioned that how important it is that in the first few years of learning basic numeracy, basic literacy, makes us as individuals for later on in life.
So thank you. Yeah, this is a very important question, and it starts, as you said, from foundation years rather than, actually later on in primary school. We have, as humans, we have a natural predisposition to start learning how to read only in the languages that we know how to speak. So why? Well, because there is a very close link between oral language abilities, the languages we speak and understand, and the ability to transfer that knowledge onto decoding letters into sounds and learning how to read in that language. The link is what we call in the academic world phonological awareness. So if you know what the sound is, of the word, you know what the word is already, it's easier for you to actually learn how to convert that into symbols, into letters, into graphemes that you will see written. If you learn how to read in a language that you don't know how to speak, okay, you are immediately at a disadvantage, okay, because you don't have the phonological background to support this conversion rule. So in this conversion between letters to sounds, you don't know either the letters or the sounds. But if you come to learn how to read the language you speak, you have the sounds already. So the only thing you need to do is to map the letters onto these sounds.
Thank you, Yanti, for that. I have one more question, and I think there are a number of my colleagues here from the Education Committee. I can see Rupkotha Sarkar here. She's a principal of one of the most prominent schools in Kolkata. Rupkotha Di, I'll come to you for a question. I have one other question for Yanti. Tell us, Yanti, a little bit about, I think some of the recommendations of the Multilila project are also applicable to UK schools. And that was very fascinating to read in the detailed recommendations. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Yes, I didn't have the time today to present all that. I just want to say that one of the findings we had from the India project, the Multilila project, is we found that children coming from monolingual homes, coming, from a home where only one language is spoken, benefit cognitively a lot when they arrive in a school or they are in a community where there are multiple languages used. So this diversity, this linguistic diversity that is an essential feature of Indian culture and society, is something that benefits individual children's learning skills, okay? Even if they themselves come from a household where only one language is spoken. That is very, very central for UK schools, where the usual concern that parents have is that if my child who is from a monolingual English household goes to a school where there are many immigrant children, many children who come from different cultural and language backgrounds, this is going to be it has adverse effects, negative effects on my child's development of literacy, of cognition, etc. And what we found is actually the exact opposite. So the lessons we get from India, from this diversity of India, is actually that it is extremely beneficial even for children who come from monolingual households. And this is very essential as a policy recommendation. And it goes against, what parents and some teachers, unfortunately, and educators think in the UK, that the more homogeneous the class is in terms of English language speakers, the better the performance of the children. And we've just shown that this is not the case.
Rupkota Sarkar, I think you have one.
Yes,
we have just
Dibanjan,
enough
nice
time for one question. There are some questions coming on YouTube. I'll pass them on to Ianthi after the live session is over, and we hope we will get back to others with the responses. Over to you, Rupkota Di.
Yes, tell me, you just once more, if you can just ask me, you wanted to say something?
No, I just was wondering that as a school principal, whether you or Brodhotri had a question for Ianthi, because the research is about school education and primary education.
Yeah. What I liked, the question that you asked, Ianthi, and that is, what is the main crux of difference between an English medium being the instruction mode and learning the language? I can say that in our school, you are quite right that, there were schools when we went to in our early days, we were fined for speaking in our mother tongue. You're absolutely right. But I do understand that, maybe in those formative years, a little bit of discipline, maybe, the penalty would have been a little more, it's a harsh way of bringing in the method to learn. But maybe, what they wanted to tell us was a discipline they wanted to inculcate. But here now we are very aware. And so in our school where we have pre-primary and primary education, we allow the children to speak in their mother tongue. They don't speak in English. In fact, in this online method that we are having, we told children to speak on their toys, a toy that they like. And the little girls, they spoke about a ball, they spoke about, their little card, they spoke about their doll, but in their own mother tongue, and they were speaking all different languages. So we have realized that, by the age of 4 and 5, these little children are speaking 3 languages. They are speaking the medium of instruction in school, which is English for us. They're speaking their mother tongue, and they're speaking the language of their friends. So they pick up languages very fast. And in some homes, we have helpers who look after these children when parents are away. They pick up their language also. So a child by the age of 5 is speaking 4 languages. They're so smart.
A fascinating insight, Ms. Sarkar, because I think for a very long time, the Indian education system has been a little bit too obsessed with imposing a kind of monolingualism around English, especially in elite urban schools. And I think the recognition that, other languages bring lots of cognitive benefits to learners is something that the Multi-Leela project really highlights, puts us focus on. And I would like to thank Professor Simply for joining us, giving us a time. There are a number of important and interesting questions that have come to us on the chat box around technology and what role technology could play or is already playing in enhancing the learning ability, especially across languages. And maybe we will have another discussion around that some other day. Ms. Bhattacharya, you have come on screen. Do you have a quick comment before I bring this to a close? We are running out of time, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it was interesting listening to you, Yanti. What you exactly said, and I believe in that. The learning outcome is something which we should look at, and if language helps us to do that, I think this multilingual approach, which has been given in national education policy, is something I think we should embrace. So thank you so much, that you explained so much in details, because people did have a lot of questions on that and you've answered that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will, Yanti, with your permission, could we share that PowerPoint with everyone who
That
is
would be
interested?
very nice. Yes.
Yes, I have already sent it to the organizers. So
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yanti. It was brilliant meeting you online after a long time. As you can see, I'm wearing the tie you gifted me last time we met. Thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you next summer. We have had some conversations around that. Over to you, Shanchari. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Thank you so much, Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty, sir, for moderating this very insightful session today by Dr. Yanti Simbli. And ma'am, thank you so much for joining us today. It was really a wonderful session at the first leg of the session of today. Ladies and gentlemen, the evening has just begun and we have the honor of hosting some of the most distinguished personalities right now. And before we head to the next important session, we shall be taking a very small commercial break of exactly 4 minutes. So please do not go back. Just come back here for the next 4 minutes for our next session to start back.
We have always defined ourselves by the ability to overcome the impossible. And we count these moments when we dare to aim higher, to make a difference, to set a mark. And in this pursuit of ours, let us be reminded that we are still pioneers. And our greatest strength is our faith in the words, I can. Educational initiatives from the GIS Group. The Wall of Knowledge. Engineering Lives.
Holistic, value-based, experiential. Learning is always comprehensive at SMU. Located at Newtown, Rajarhat, Kolkata, SMU lies close to the new corporate hub of the city. Established through the enactment of the Sister Nivedita University Act 2017, SNU is deeply inspired by the thoughts and teachings of Swami Vivekananda and Sister Nivedita. Housing an environment of inclusiveness, the university promises to provide education to all without any bias based on class, social status, creed, religion, or gender. The SNU campus boasts of a well-designed, ergonomical infrastructure with educational facilities par global standards. SNU also provides students with accommodation facilities that harbor an interactive, healthy, hygienic, and academic-oriented environment. Moreover, healthy, home-cooked food items are served in the cafeteria.
एट SNU का फूड कोर्ट हम लोग खोले हैं। यहाँ पर हम लोग इंडियन, चाइनीज, बंगाली और भी डिशेज रखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और फूड क्वालिटी में कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज हम लोग नहीं करते हैं।
In-house buses with well-coordinated routes covering all parts of the city provide a smooth, safe and convenient transport service.
In addition to providing playground, indoor games facilities, we have set up yoga center here. We have an agreement with the Korean organization, a special type of martial art, Taekwondo.
SNU, it has been a life-changing experience for me.
Attending you, I believe I have made a right decision to join this university.
At SNU, I have started becoming a good human, discovering new ideas and innovation which comes along with creativity and excellence. I have started enjoying my life at SNU and I hope you will enjoy it here too.
All right, there's a saying, the right perspective makes the impossible possible. And for significant contribution of insights on NEP, we would like to now call upon the school administrator's perspective on NEP. Our first esteemed speaker is Ms. Rupkotha Sarkar, Principal of La Martiniere for Girls, Kolkata. Mr. Sarkar has been in the field of education for the last 30 years and serves in an advisory capacity for several school and college boards, have been recognized by the British Council for incorporating international dimension in the school curriculum and mentoring other schools in the network. She is engaged in social work through community projects for women and children by Soroptimist International, and she likes traveling and reading. She is a recipient of several awards as an inspiring teacher and educator, and also the recipient of the Mother Teresa International Award for Education. She is also the member of Bengal Chamber of Commerce in the education sector. Moving on to our next speaker is Ms. Bratati Bhattacharjee, Secretary General and CEO, Shikshayatan Foundation and Sri Shikshayatan School, Kolkata. Ms. Bratati is passionate educationist and a lifelong learner with a PG in economics from the University of Mumbai and a PG in financial management from IGNOU. A Governor's Gold Medalist from Jadavpur University and recipient of the Merit Scholarship from University of Bombay. At present, she is Secretary General and CEO of a 100-year-old educational institution, Shikshayatan Foundation, the apex body which administers the 4 units, Marwari Balika Vidyalaya, Sri Shikshayatan School, Sri Shikshayatan College, and Calcutta Business School, a group comprising of 10,000 students. She was awarded as the Indian Iconic Educationist for Best Education System and Services in West Bengal from the Indo-Socio Development Association, Inspiring Best Teacher from the University of Engineering and Management of Kolkata and Jaipur, and Bharat Vidya Shiromani from the International Institute of Education and Management, and Excellence in Managing Educational Institution from LASWEB. She is also the co-chairman of the Education Committee of CII-ER. We also have with us today Ms. Nandini Dasgupta, Principal Techno India Group, Public School, Jalpaiguri. With an illustrious career spanning 37 years in the education vertical, Ms. Dasgupta is a passionate educator and team builder, teacher trainer, persistently endeavoring to create innovative, open-minded, child-centric teaching, learning, education system. She is a founder principal of the Symbiosis International School in Pune, Director Principal of the British School Group North and South India branches. She is a founder of the first IB schools in Central India, was one of the 10 principals selected from India in 2010 under the aegis of Australia, wherein visited 22 universities like the University of Melbourne, University of Technology, Sydney, La Trobe, University of the New South Wales, Swinburne University of Technology, University of Wollongong, etc. She was a member secretary of CBSE School Sahodaya in Chennai, CBSE School Inspector, and as member of CBSE Syllabus Review Committee. She is a recipient of several prestigious awards and accolades during her illustrious career span. I would like to now request Dr. Shubhorno Bose, Chairman, Education Committee, BCC&I, and Chief Mentor, IIHM Group, to welcome all our esteemed speakers at the dais. Welcoming you, sir.
Thanks very much, Sanchari. That was an excellent start to the day one with a great presentation all the way from Cambridge. And we are looking forward for the very interesting session now, which will be moderated by our very dear friend and very, very celebrated Mr. Sumit Dasgupta. And for the school administrators' perspective. And this is going to be very interesting because NEP is all about education, but school education, I think, is the most, if you ask me, is the single most important area. And yesterday we heard how Dr. Kasturangan emphasized the school education sector, because that's the foundation of the basic literacy. So welcome Mrs. Rupkar Sarkar, Mrs. Bharati Bhattacharya, Ms. Nandini Dasgupta, and of course Sumit Dasgupta, as we go along for another very interesting session here. Over to you, Sanjay.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would request Mr. Sumit Dasgupta, Managing Director, Alcap Communications Private Limited, to moderate the discussion. Before he takes off, I would like to introduce a little words about him. Mr. Dasgupta has 24 years of journalistic experience with the ABP Group. A few months ago, when he decided to move on and start his own media venture, Mr. Dasgupta was the editor of Metro and T2 and the deputy editor of the Telegraph. Welcoming you, sir, and over to you now.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. So now we move on to NEP and the school administrator's perspective. We have three distinguished school administrators here, and given the paucity of time, we'll keep it swift and simple. The format is simple. I will ask one common question to the three panelists, and I would request all of you to keep it within 7 minutes, your answers, and then we move on to a few specific questions, and then field a few questions from the audience, time permitting. So here we go. Can we start with Ma'am Sarkar? The question that I would like to pose to all three of you is actually the basic one. That what are the biggest opportunities and the biggest challenges facing school administrators when implementing NEP at all the three defined levels? So the opportunities and the challenges at all the three defined levels. Ma'am Sarkar?
Thank you so much, Mr. Dasgupta. I think yesterday we had a wonderful time listening to some brilliant minds, and the very man, the iconic man who's been the main drafting person for the NEP. And I was listening to Dr. Kasturangan, and I realized that there was so much thought that went into drafting this policy. And this policy is much like a river. A river has two characters to it. One is which erodes, and the other which deposits. So it is, in a way, disruptive. At the same time, NEP is transformational. So when you ask me about what are the challenges, of course, now the very first structural shift that we are going to make is from the 10+2 to the 5+3+3+4. So that is a very big shift, And I think the challenge is how seamlessly a school administrator can make the shift. And of course, there are opportunities, great opportunities in this shift, because I have realized that before preschool, which is the 0 to 3, and that 3 to 5 years, that preschool age, that was not taken into consideration in formal education. As a result, there were mushrooming of these small schools, preschools, where some did a very good job, while others actually were just there like a creche. So I think this has formalized the preschool education, and the NEP says very clearly that it is early childhood care and education. So it is a care that we are going to give to the 0 to 3 and 3 to 5 years. So I think this is a wonderful step where seamlessly we are going to transit from the preschool to the formal stages of learning. So where the rural and the urban divide comes in, I think this has opened up inclusivity. Because, where schools would in rural areas would only start from the age of 6, even, the preschool, the primary stages of development were not taken into consideration. And we know now that by or before the age of 6 years, 85% of cognitive brain development takes place. So, which means that this particular time span was disregarded, and as a result, maybe there was a setback in those schools or in those areas where there was no scope for such preschool education. So I think this was a very good shift, a great opportunity for the children from socioeconomically backward or disadvantaged areas to be incorporated now into formal schooling. That brings me to the next stage, which is so 5 years would be the 3+2. The 2 is grade 1 and 2. So they are being allowed to play, to have their own way in developing their languages, as we just heard in the last session, how a multilingual approach is so very important. And then, of course, through the playway method, the child comes into the next stage, the next 3 years, which is from class 3, 4, and 5. They come into a discovery stage where they are discovering themselves. They are learning new things by experiential learning. And here, I think as an administrator, I think we have to formulate our curriculum in a manner that we can give the opportunities for the child to discover him or herself. And so I think, instead of having textbooks, there should be only ways of giving the child more experience by taking the child out for a walk, maybe, take the child out for a nature park walk. Let the child see the plants around. Let the child observe the sky and the birds that are twittering. So I think, this is a method, a very concrete method of developing understanding in the child. And so these 3+2, these 5 years of the foundational stage, where even literacy and numeracy in a very, very understanding, in a very, very careful way is introduced, will lead them to the next 3 years, and that is again the stages of 3, 4, and 5, classes 3, 4, and 5, where they learn so much as to go through stages of teamwork. They learn to work together. They learn to accept their peers. You see, today in this pandemic, a child has not entered school. She does not know how her friends look like, and she's learning. What kind of gaps are being created, which we need to fill up once we reopen in the physical state? So therefore, I think this is the stage, where they are learning to understand one another, to accept people, to really discover learning in stages where there is more of experience and no rote, no textbooks, but let them paint, let them draw, let them run. What about physical exercise? Children nowadays are not allowed to even go out. They feel, parents feel that, if they go out and play, they'll get hurt. They will mix with other children, and that may not be good for them. So where is the real learning happening? So I think it is very, very important that, in later years, when we see diversity not being respected, I think it starts very early. Do we accept the other child who has a different type of tiffin box, doesn't eat the same kind of food that I eat, doesn't speak the same language that I do, doesn't have a same family background as I have? Do I still accept her or him as a friend? And then slowly we come into the middle school, which is the classes 6 to 8, where I think learning is now more structured. There are a lot of textbooks, lot of studies to do, and we have parents who say they don't have time to play. I think this is the stage where, as an administrator or as an educationist, we have to frame our curriculum in such a way that we give them time for real learning of the head, the heart, and the hand. You'll be surprised. There are children now who cannot cut a piece of paper in a straight line. Why? Because they've never held the scissors. They don't do craft. They don't draw lines. They don't make their own little cards and bookmarks. And so they are fed with everything. Everything is laid out, and they have lost touch with using their hands. And now when they're only using the keypad and playing, games, screen games, all the more, I think it is time now, even in that stage, we allow them to use their head and their heart and their hands in education. I think these are very, very practical ways by which we can really make learning holistic. NEP says learning has to be holistic. What is holistic? When we develop the personality, we come into the class 6 where NEP says there should be bagless days, which means no textbooks. Let the child be open to some other skills. And we are talking about vocational education, exposure, early on exposure to vocational education. When we were small, we used to hear stories from our parents who would say, do you know, foreign plumber, electrician, gaadi chaliye ashe. Excuse me, I'm using my mother tongue. The plumber, the electrician, and people who do the menial jobs drive their cars and come to work. And, our jaws would drop. How can that be? Time has come when we need to bring in real dignity of labor into our vocational education. Vocational education was left to the dropouts. Those who can't study, they are the ones who will take up vocational education. I think time has now come. NEP is clearly saying we will have to integrate vocational education with our mainstream learning. And this is a big challenge that, we as educators or we as administrators will have to face, because I think a lot of, mindsets have to be changed. We have to orient parents. Today I am very, very proud to wear a handloom sari, a tat sari, okay? Do the children know how these are done? Who weaves them? What about taking them to a village in Bengal? Taking them to the village in Pulia? Make them see how these are done. Okay, why is it that we only say vocational is carpentry? Only carpentry, sewing, beautician's course? Of course, those are important. But what about teaching them about blockchain technology? What about giving them how to manage retail? How to be a sports analyst, a sports management person? Why don't we give them more options in vocational education to make it more acceptable? What about wildlife photography? What about culinary skills? I have you, sir, moderator, sir. The way you have changed your areas of work, and so seamlessly you're doing this so well. Look at our chairman of the education committee. How many skills he has acquired. And that brings me to I'm sorry, I'm going to use these personal examples because it makes it so practical. Yesterday we heard about the principles from the brilliant minds, but today we have to think how we are going to implement them. We have from class 9 to 12 a multidisciplinary, or as many of our speakers have said yesterday, interdisciplinary approach. So open up choices, give them the flexibility to choose, and then decide later on what they would want to be. So I could want to be a thespian. I love acting. Why is it that you act only when you have spare time? Why can't I be a Katie Roy? Because I'm going to use these names from our society. Why can't I be Usha, who just passed away? These are names that, we have to understand. These are real people. Why can't I be another Ashwika Kapoor, who is a wildlife photographer who brushes her shoulders with David Attenborough? We parents, we elders have to give them the right career counseling, allow them that interdisciplinary approach, and then see how they flower, they blossom. You know, we talk about skills. What about resilience? What about compassion? What about being able to adapt to changes? Today, we are having to adapt. You know, there is a teacher who's taught for 30 years and today she's having to make a Google form. She's trying. So a person has to be teachable. Or I will say, no, I can't do it. And so today, when we celebrate World Mental Health Day, there are so many youngsters who have done well. They have appeared for JEE, they've been in IIT, and yet one day we hear about them committing suicide. What is real education? Are we making happy individuals who can adapt, who can accept, who can be compassionate? Or are we making individuals who know their jobs, who earn money, and who are unhappy? So I think these are opportunities as well as challenges that the new NEP has to help us administrators integrate it into our learning and teaching.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can I move on to Ma'am Bhattacharya?
Yeah, thank you so much. Rupkatha, you actually said everything, but I would say that, NEP has come at the right time, because for decades, the education we received was different from actually what we needed, and you spelled it out. So I would say that, I'm just remembering John Dewey, and what did he say? He said that, if you teach students today as we taught them yesterday, we would actually rock their tomorrow. So, as Mr. Dasgupta has said that, I should talk about the opportunities and the challenges. So the opportunities, I'm not going to the pre-primary level because we have a session for that, and Suman is going to speak on that. So I'm going to just go to the preparatory stage where, yes, we are talking about, languages, and already we heard, that why language is an important aspect and how it helps our learning outcome. But what is the challenge? The challenge is that when we are talking about, so many languages, we need to have, people who know that language and would be able to teach students in that language. Do we have that? So how are we preparing that? What about the content, and what is the kind of methodology or the pedagogy that we're going to use for, imparting that language is very important. So that may be one of the challenges that I see, using the language. The second stage, we are talking about is the middle stage, where, yes, we have the skills and, the vocational, and I'm very happy that this vocational has been brought down to this level, because even 15, 16 years back, when I was trying to impart this vocational training to students, most of the students were coming from the open schools. None of those, people who were in the regular schools were actually taking our vocational. But what is the challenge here? The challenge is that if I'm giving vocational training, which is skill-based and, vocational subjects, along with the other, and integrating it with the curriculum, I'm talking about employability. So I'm enabling a child with these areas to develop. But am I also making employment ready for them? If today, after class, class 12, somebody wants to work, will that person be employable? That is a challenge that I see, because it's not only, that I keep making these people ready, but they need to be ready because they need to be employed. I think I've explained that. The last part, which I would like to talk of, and is the class 9, 10, 11, 12, the secondary part, because the secondary part is something which is very interesting. We are not going to have any difference between the art and the commerce and the science, and this is really an interesting thing which has come up. We are talking about multidisciplinary ways approach. Now, what is the good thing? The good thing is that, yes, again, we have this stereotyping among us that if you have higher marks, you would be going for science subjects, and if you had lower marks, you would be actually going for the humanities subjects. But I think this is something, it's a very, very conservative way of thinking, and this thinking will definitely have to be changed when people can actually have different kind of subjects. But what is the challenge here? The challenge is that today also, it's not that CBSE or any other board, they do not give the subjects, but there is a logistics problem. I may not have so many teachers, I may not be able to give so many subjects at the same point of time. Now, if we are not able to give so many subjects at same time, or maybe I'm not able to make those combinations, then as an administrator, will it be possible that a student is able to access to such courses digitally, and also maybe attend to classes which is happening maybe somewhere else? So what I'm trying to say, that when we are talking about digital skills, and at the same time we are talking about that you can have different combination of subjects, we are able to combine them, but with a different kind of approach, so that subject may not be there in your school, but it still can be accessed differently. So I think the mindset also needs to change, along with not only having this different kind of streams that we are not, sorry, I should not be using the word streams, where we are talking about multidisciplinary. So we should be able to access those subjects also, and we have to be ready. The other thing which has come up is the assessment pattern. The assessment pattern, or the examination which we have, this has really been given a very, very good shape, where we are talking about not only academic subjects that you will be assessed at, you will your peers will be assessing. There are other ways, so we need those different kind of models where these children can be assessed not only on the academic subject, but also how they solve problem, how they are able to take decisions. So I think this is a very good addition to our national education policy. So I think now that one needs to do is adapt to this new thing which has come to us, because for a long time we've been thinking about such a different kind of an education policy, and today it is there. We as educators and administrators, we have to change our mindset to embrace it and see that it is successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll go directly to Ma'am Dasgupta for your thoughts, opportunities and challenges.
Good evening, everybody. And thank you, Sanchari, for those lovely words. And yes, thank you, Mr. Sumit, for allowing me to speak now on the few thoughts that we have in our mind. It is said that when you are the last speaker, you always learn so much. And also at the same time, when you are the last speaker, most points might sound repetitive, but I will try to see that, the same points my esteemed colleagues have spoken. I would try to talk about maybe some of them the same, or maybe may not be so same, from a little different angle. And of course, on behalf of the esteemed organization I work with, the Techno India Group, as well as on my own behalf, once again, my sincere thanks to BCC&I for this opportunity given to share our thoughts revolving the NEP 2020. I have been in the field of education for about close to 37 years, and have worked across many national and international boards in and outside the country. Have seen many changes happening in our education system, small or big, in these 3+ decades. But I believe never before have I witnessed such euphoria which is happening around NEP 2020. So much of discussion, deliberation, and debating. There may be many reasons behind it, but it is for good good for education. So as an educator, I can only say that it really fills my heart with joy to see precious pedestal finally being given, which was long deserved for this sector. Incidentally, India's 73rd and 74th year of independence and the new national education policy coincide with the pandemic year, which is in a massive way responsible also for overhauling how we perceive and experience the world around us now. So technological means of accessing education in this new climate is holding much more sway over the age-old traditional practices that it had been in pre-COVID times. So a lot is changing, and to my mind, it's majorly changing for better. Especially when policies as this is made with the real-time education desired to be the plinth in an equitable society, I think it only rekindles our hope. Well, I see NEP 2020 as a bouquet of opportunities. Yes, there are challenges, but as an administrator, I think I look at it as a wonderful opportunity. Albeit the implementation path is not going to be easy, but when the changes are necessities and not luxury, I think one has to begin somewhere and get going. That's what I believe. And to my mind, once we start working on it, the path will only keep broadening and smoother with times. At the macro levels, the policymakers would be doing the needful, I'm sure, with the kind of challenges that they look at from their level. But nothing stops us at micro level to take small steps and help, breathe in a fresh air for standardized, uniformly patterned, wholesome education at our own levels. So coincidentally, it so happened, like my teachers tell me, like, ma'am, whatever NEP 2020, a lot of such points that we are studying, reading, understanding, it seems that we had started working on all these a year back with you guiding us for certain things. So we are kind of enjoying. Yes, there are challenges. They feel sometimes bogged down and they're sometimes frustrated. How do we do this? But yes, we are making a go at it, and we are trying to handle the challenges. So I would talk about a few challenges which probably the policymakers also visualized and have tried to address in this proposal draft, because I also agree with the similar challenges and which we have been facing, or which I always felt that needs to be addressed. Like, for example, in the primary education, they have talked about those poor literacy and numeracy outcomes. And equally and essentially, another very important aspect, that is the decade-long neglect of early child care education, which happens to be the base for holistic development of a child's social, emotional, cognitive, and physical need that provides the solid foundation for the rest of the life of an individual. But like rightly Brototi said, I mean, since there is a separate session for that, we would be able to hear more on those in the middle and secondary section or the education level. Concerns and works of the NEP 2020 rightly revolves around the high dropout levels, and to my mind, more importantly, the curriculum inconsistency and the incorrect understanding of education to be the means of information gathering and rote learning, heavy inclination to the marks-based system with no emphasis on knowledge applicability, end-all examination system rather than the continuous assessment, content-based or textbook-based education over and above what is actually desired, the concept-based. So the importance to the syllabus and not the curriculum development, absence of learning outcome from the goals. We hardly use or think about learning outcomes when we talk about goals of education. Then, of course, like rightly my esteemed colleagues have said, the rigidity of subject choice high school onwards, absence of common standard of learning. There's no yardstick commonly which will help us to measure the progress of a child nationwide. And the biggest sore point, and where I think I will hover a lot on that, is the serious vacuum serious vacuum in teacher recruitment, teacher support, teacher training towards creating pool of trained, efficient teachers who are sensitive, who are taught to be sensitive to the need of appropriate child guidance and child pedagogy. To my mind, this is one of the biggest problems, because with problems in hand, if we as educators know how to handle it, even when there are difficulties, I think half the job is done. But we have serious issue regarding the teacher support, teacher recruitment, and teacher orientations and trainings. So to address these issues, many proposals have been beautifully crafted by the committee, among which I find few very motivating. And again, the supporting to do away with the challenges, I think these are wonderful opportunities. Firstly, the policy increases the ambit of the RTE to include children from ages 3 to 18, which of course currently is from 6 to 14. And this was long overdue, like I said, and the emphasis that the foundational stage is being given with ECC in mind is certainly much awaited step. And I really feel happy to note that the proposal is talking about the formation of the National Professional Standards for Teachers, NPST, which will be, as we are told, will be developed by the NCTE to improve the level of recruitment of teachers and qualities, efficiency level, etc. Because as we know, teachers are at the center of all these modifications that is being desired. If this policy is to be implemented with its soul intact, having good quality teacher has to be the central idea. Teachers would have to be provided with substantial mindset shift. And this is no easy task. Our country has no dearth of good teacher materials, but they would need to be oriented, trained, supported for years to come and beyond. Like professional development has to be an important aspect in the entire education policy. In our schools, for example, this is a very highly prioritized area. In all techno schools, the teaching, training, orienting teachers is a highly emphasized, activity, because we know that when the teachers are oriented and skilled enough, can they also help parents to be a part of their children's education. And that brings me to the next delightful aspect of the policy, which is again an opportunity, that is the space and scope being created for the parent involvement. Is it that we were not allowed to involve the parents? No, that's not the fact. They were being involved, but when the policy talks about it, it's definitely an added advantage. I've always believed that I've believed and worked with the philosophy that the tripod to children's correct education are the child herself or himself, with the integral presence of parents together with the teachers. So I see a big opportunity in that as far as the new policy goes. Another extremely valuable aspect that the policy recognizes is the integration of arts with pure academics. This shall have a long-term effect in creating complete individuals with balanced head and heart. I oftentimes say that focusing on science and technology is extremely vital, but ignoring the arts and humanities is fatal. So together with art integration, the proposal made of transdisciplinary education shall give children the wholesome understanding of the world around them, and not in parts, because faculties of life are not watertight compartments. So this is again an area which will need a lot of sustained trainings of the teachers. More than learning, I think it is going to be the unlearning part, which will be an uphill task, because habit dies hard. We have been trained to think in a manner. We have been groomed to work in a manner. However, like I said, in all our techno school branches, there's been a lot of work going on towards this, and with slow yet steady results. And one of the best support system, I feel very happy and satisfied to say that one of the best support system in all these changes we are receiving them from our parents. So together with the school community, I think all those things that we think challenges can be converted into opportunities. And I believe NEP 2020 has brought us some such opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Individual questions to each of you. I request you to keep it as brief as possible. So if I start with Ma'am Sarkar again, while speaking about policy making, etc., are we in the danger of NEP becoming of, for, and by the policymaker rather than the student? Do you see the student actually benefiting from NEP? Your quick thoughts, please.
Mr. Dasgupta, if we do not enable and empower the teacher, how will the teacher be the mentor to guide the taught or the learner? So on the face of it, it may look as if, it has been drafted with too much focus on the teacher. But actually, it is the enablement of the teacher that allows the learner to be benefited. So all the stages that we have discussed and the different holistic approaches that the NEP is saying is for whom? It's for the learner. And so the learner at the end becomes a person who can reinvent, a person who can innovate in a VUCA world where everything is volatile, unpredictable, complex, ambiguous. The ability to reinvent and to adapt is the key for sustainability. Even the environment around, how do we bring them into this kind of an understanding? And so when we are crying and telling children or adults, wear your mask, why don't they wear it? Most of them, it's because they have failed to understand about health. They have failed to understand about being responsible to somebody. I think, here the NEP will make, I hope, if the teacher becomes the real mentor and an empowered person, then the teacher will be able to instill the real values of NEP in the child and therefore lead to growth and nurturing of a holistic individual.
Thank you so much. Keeping the spotlight on teachers, if I go to Ma'am Bhattacharya, what as a school administrator do you need to do, say 2 or 3 things that you need to do to make teachers NEP ready?
Yes, because the greatest challenge is, what we are facing is the teacher training. Now, teacher needs to have an understanding of this method, and which is extremely, important, because this is a very creative curriculum that they need to transact. So from the grassroots level, the quality of education leaves much to be desired. There are a lot of teachers who are there who do not have the professional qualification. And what happens is in our system is that we do one B.Ed course and we enter the system. But after doing this B.Ed course, there has to be an upgradation of every methodology. It has to be yearly. Now, this NEP is talking about 50 hours of such, upgradation or development of the teachers, faculty development, which is going to be a continuous process. But what they have not, probably indicated that on which area will they be upgraded? Will it be only on the subject related matter, or will it be on, different psychological aspects? Will it be on vocational? So these are things which needs to be looked into when we are sending the teacher for such faculty development program. And this is, that means, we have to take out gaps. And otherwise, what will happen is that we started off with a CCE initiative, which actually failed. And it failed because we were unable to organize such, programs to upgrade our teachers, because our teachers are the ones who are the warriors and who will have to, look into these aspects. Today, when you have this COVID, every teacher has jumped into this online method of teaching. But the thing is, the challenge is that they were not trained in an online digital pedagogy. Now, digital pedagogy has a way of dealing with things. So unless they are trained, how will they make the best out, or how will they bring out the best from the students? So that is very important. And this is where I think we need to look into, although because this NEP is basically it's indicating to us, that this is what needs to be done. But ultimately, as an administrator, all of us needs to look into these gaps, and we have to do a gap analysis, and this has to be an ongoing process and not once and for all. This is what I can say. And another thing which I must also bring in here is that if we are following, like yesterday we were hearing that, we are following the American model, or, whether it is from Singaporean model, you will see that the other countries, they have principles at different level. And here NEP is talking about, these trainings also for the principals and the headmistresses who are there, because unless they know the work, they will not be also push it down to the teacher. So it is very important, whether it is paper correction, whether it is assessment, the designing of the curriculum, everyone has to go through it. Otherwise, it will be difficult to implement this and make this successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From one gap to the other, if I go to Ma'am Dasgupta, this gap about metro cities and non-metro cities, do you feel that there's a special challenge of NEP implementation in schools in non-metro cities? And if there is, then what is it? If you could.
Yes, I mean, Mr. Suneet, like my own experience with a non-metro or smaller, rather a smaller town is just a year and a couple of months experience. But as I see, I don't see a very big gap. In fact, I find the environment which consists of members like the parents and teachers, they are much more receptive, at least in the place where I worked, Jalpaiguri. The parents are much more receptive, much more supportive. But see, it's been a long years, decades that, a particular cultural setup, mind setup has been, established. So NEP 2020 implementation demands a cultural shift in the entire education ecosystem. And this culture of discipline, this is, its mooring runs very deep, cannot be unwinded overnight. But most importantly, I feel the technological support system is something that probably affects. Otherwise, I believe there should be no problem at all when there is a sound plan and persistent kind of a work. That's where I put it.
So it's more a geographical divide than a geographical divide.
Exactly.
So, yes, there are questions, but we'll follow the same format. We'll compile the questions and send it to our panelists, and we'd request, we'll distribute it among our panelists and request them to send us the answers, which we can then pass on to our audience. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful and very educative session. And thank you to all three of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dasgupta. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to Sanchari.
Thank you so much, our very respected school administrators, for sharing your insights on NEP. And Mr. Dasgupta, thank you so much, sir, for moderating this very important session. As we rightly said, education is always the key to unlocking the world and the passport to actual freedom. Thank you so much, everybody. Now, before we head to the next session, we shall be taking a very short commercial break. So please do not go anywhere and come back soon.
IIHM, popularly known as the International Institute of Hotel Management, is one of the largest private hospitality institutes that imparts world-class education and can firmly pride itself for being one of the foremost academic institutions of the country that offer globally recognized international degrees in hotel management. The hugely popular events that they host, IIHM International Young Chef Olympiad. As the last dish is plated, they can only wait till the evening for the verdict to be pronounced.
Malaysia!
IIHM as an institute has always been able to define its core objectives clearly over the years. It is an institution that has always worked towards causes that give back to the society. IIHM proudly and aptly calls them food soldiers, a dynamic group of students working tirelessly to ensure a hunger-free world.
Hotel management, hotel plus management. At IIHM, the education is like doing a BBA plus hospitality, because at IIHM, we train our students to become global business hospitality managers. In one hand, they are full of knowledge in hospitality, charismatic, and they have got the study skills of very hardcore management subjects like finance, strategic HR, global marketing, and a whole range of the management inputs.
For a great hospitality career, call 98310-50,000.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to now invite our eminent speakers from the Foreign University Education Fraternity to share their views on NEP. May I request the presence of Professor David Foskett from United Kingdom, who holds MBE, CMA, FIH, BD Honours, FRA, CA, HMCCC. Professor David Foskett is a member of the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts, Craft Guilds of Chefs, and a fellow of the Institute of Hospitality. He sits on various committees advising on hospitality education and training, and has carried out extensive research in the hospitality and food industry. He's a co-author of Practical Cookery Levels 1, 2, and 3, Theory of Hospitality and Catering, Food and Beverage Management, and Hospitality Supervision. These books have sold over 2 million copies and are used in 140 countries. He has won many awards over the past 40 years, including a Queen's Anniversary Award for Exemplary Hospitality Education and the British Hospitality Centenary Award for Exemplary Hospitality Education. In 2016, he was appointed the chair of the International Olympiad and the International Council in India. He's on the management committee of the Craft Guilds of Chefs, the Royal Academy of Culinary Arts, and the Council of the Institute of Hospitality. Member of the Education Board 80 Sunrise Global Chef Academy and the Hotel Futures Board, on advisory board of the Bromley College and the City and Guilds of London Institute, and is on the National Council of the Institute of Hospitality. He has also been voted one of the most influential people in the hospitality public sector. He is currently a consultant on hospitality services, hospitality education, and training restaurant management. He is a world-recognized external examiner in a number of universities and colleges, a visiting professor in Hong Kong and New Buckinghamshire University, advisor on hospitality higher education for Government Quality Assurance Agency in Lithuania. He sits on various committees advising on hospitality education and training, and has carried out extensive research in the hospitality and food industry. Joining him today is our esteemed next speaker, who is Mr. Peter Jones, who is the director of the E-Hotelier. Together with them, we also have with us Professor Debashish Chakraborty, who is the Dean, Michigan University, USA, teaching economics with teaching and research interests in international trade, finance, and econometric models. He has also done significant economic research, which has been published in peer-reviewed journals globally. And to welcome all our esteemed speakers and moderate this discussion, I would like to now invite none other than Dr. Shubham Nobose, Chairman Education Committee, BCC&I, to speak a few words. And also To just talk a little brief about Dr. Bose, well, he's a brilliant CA and a serial entrepreneur and is the world's most influential hospitality educator. He's also the CEO of International Hospitality Council in London and has been awarded Economic Times Business Leader Award in the year 2019. He's a chairman of the Education Committee of the BCC&I for the last 4 years. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sanchari, and lovely to be back in action. And we're having a absolutely amazing time today. Some real good discussion, great conversations, and great learning for all of us. So thanks everybody for that, and thanks Bengal Chamber of Industry and Commerce for Commerce Industry for that. We have been very fortunate to have three very eminent person today in this evening who have got a very strong educational background, but more importantly, who have actually worked transnational, worked all over the world, and have seen education being delivered and being operationalized throughout the world. So we have Professor David Foskett, Professor Peter Jones, and of course Professor Debashish Chakraborty from USA. And obviously the NEP, we are going to talk about NEP, the National Education Policy 2020 at the Government of India. This policy is now been wrapped, it took about 30 years, 3 decades for India to come up with this policy, and this policy is totally supposed to bring new lights. It's going to see a lot of changes in education, right from the school education, university education, college education, vocational education, and of course a lot of very important areas like foreign universities. And that's what exactly what we are going to discuss today. We're just running a little short of time behind schedule, so we will come to the point. And obviously I'll like to start off with David, because David has worked in so many countries, teaching, setting up campuses, consulting, and of course helping so many educational institutes to really flourish and advising them. This is the national education policy which encourages the top universities of the world to come and to set up their campuses, to do a lot of collaboration in terms of research, in terms of student exchanges, staff exchanges, in terms of a lot of work doing on a transnational platform. So my question to David, and of course to Peter and Professor Debashish Chakraborty as we come the next wave, is that how do you see this? I mean, obviously this is an opportunity, but how do you see this? You have seen India, you have seen Asia, you have seen UK, Europe, and USA. What do you think are the opportunities? And of course, what do you think are also the challenges? Because of course, we all know that India has some challenges when it comes from allowing foreign universities. We had a couple of bills which actually elapsed after 10 years. The bill was never went to the houses of what we call the parliament. So David, if I may ask you, what are your thoughts about it?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, David, clearly.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, I have. Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about the National Education Policy 2020, which I have read with great interest. And I think that this is a wonderful opportunity for all concerned, all stakeholders. Stakeholders in terms of industry, in terms of learners, employers, and students, and globally. we are all teachers, we're all learners. Education creates social cohesion, but it also creates global cohesion. We have to become more global in our understanding of the different cultures and how to progress the world. The world is now facing many challenges, and these challenges cannot be solved individually by individual countries. We need to come together, and by coming together, we can develop research strategies. Education comes from the Greek word edu, which means enter into. And enter into means to research, to work together, to find solutions, to create opportunities, and to create critical thinking, innovation, entrepreneurship, which we all need together. And I like very much the interdisciplinary approach. And there are many challenges. We know there are many cultural challenges, many cultural barriers that we have to overcome. But we can do this through education, through understanding different cultures and what it means to be educators. What does it mean to be an educator? That's the question we all have to ask ourselves. And we ask ourselves, to be an educator means we have to move forward. We have to look at change. We have to challenge. We have to create critical thinking. We have to innovate. And we have to take the students with us and give young people opportunities. And what this paper does, it creates many opportunities for the years ahead. And it's extremely well written. And I think that this will be a real turning point and a real benchmark, not just for India, but for other countries as well. Because we can't solve the world's problems on our own in higher education. Higher education is about moving forward. It's about entering into. As I said before, it's about research. And this is so important to break down these barriers. The world today is in a critical situation with the pandemic. We can't solve this on our own. And Oxford University, I know, is working across the world, Imperial, to find a vaccine. And that's important, to share knowledge. And we have to share knowledge in engineering, in all other multidisciplinary subjects. But in skills, we have to look at higher level skills in education, and particularly in higher education. And all subjects, vocational subjects, academic subjects. I mean, what is the difference between vocational and academic? These are artificial barriers. We are all teachers. We are all learners. And these subjects have to be looked at critically. They have to have research behind them to move forward. And part of this is helping and solving the world's problems. And higher education is about bringing people together. It's about bringing the world together. And this paper has many advantages, many opportunities. It's about interdisciplinary thinking, employability, bringing the arts, humanities, vocational, academic together. And there are some wonderful opportunities built into this paper, this policy. And it is a well-documented policy that really brings not just India forward, but it will bring many other countries forward as well, because we all learn from one another. Universities setting up in India have much to learn from India, as you have to learn from them. And that's where the opportunities really arise. And it is about engaging everybody. everybody in higher education across the world. And I think there are many opportunities, as I said before, for research, for higher level skills, for looking at assessment. This is very important because one of the last speakers talked about assessment. And there are many ways of assessing. First of all, what is the purpose of assessment? The purpose of assessment is simply to see if learning has taken place. And there are many different types of intelligence, of learning, and we have to assess them culturally. And one of the problems that we face culturally is that much of the assessment doesn't fit and doesn't translate culturally. So we really have to look at the ways we assess. And we have to open up assessment. The old style exam system is too old-fashioned. It doesn't suit a lot of cultures. And I read with interest, and I'm sure Professor Peter Jones can talk about this, about the Edge Foundation, their latest paper, which looks at skills, at high level skills, looks at the exam system. And I hope Peter can say something about the Edge on how they're looking at assessment. And we must move forward in assessment. We can't do everything by exams, and we've got to look at different ways of assessing how learning is taking place. Learning takes many forms, and we have to find ways of assessing that learning to move forward and capturing different types of intelligence. That's important. And much of higher education must look at how to capture different types of intelligence. And there are many different types of intelligence. We cannot just simply look at IQ. We have to look at EQ, emotional intelligence in higher education, which is very important. And very important in terms of entrepreneurship, very important in terms of industry and how we move forward and how we work together in a very cohesive way to solve some of the world's problems. That's the key thing. Because otherwise, we are doing a massive disservice to young people. And we can't do that. We're doing a massive disservice to ourselves and to young people and for future generations. What this paper does, it opens the door. It creates more thinking. It creates opportunities. And it says, this is a way forward, how we can build the future. Because the future for a better world is built on education, from the primary, secondary, further education, and in particular, higher education, to solve some of the world's problems. And I do believe that this is a wonderful opportunity, a well put together paper, as it says, to a more holistic, and that's the key word, holistic, multidisciplinary education system to basically change the world for the better. And I must congratulate the authors of this paper for the forward thinking that this paper does and the opportunity it really gives us all, and we can learn much from this. So thank you for allowing me this opportunity to read this paper, to digest it, and to comment on it. It's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Bose.
Thank you so much, Professor Foskett. It was absolutely true that we have to move towards a holistic area, and that's exactly the vision of the NEP 2020. I'll quickly come to Professor Peter Jones. And well, Peter, you've got a wealth of experience all over the world, including Australia and other countries. And you've seen that the internationalization of education, as we say, the transnational platform. What do you think about this, NEP, where it really talks about the internationalizing the Indian education to the extent that the top universities in the world will come and set up campuses in India. And of course, there would be a lot of transnational exchanges, collaboration, and which can actually take the standard of the education in general up by a few notches. Over to you, Peter.
Okay, yes, thank you very much indeed. And thank you very much for the opportunity. I would just start by saying that David and I would not disagree on anything that he's actually said. So I'm not intending to repeat that, but I will make a couple of observations following on from that. But to try and answer your question first, I think the notion of transnational education is very important, as indeed is the whole issue in relation to international collaboration. However, and I do have a however, I would also just urge a little word of caution that you don't become reliant on other external factors within your own education system. So yes, they can help. Yes, they can support. Yes, you can work collaboratively with international institutions to help, but don't rely on them and don't let them dominate. And I would say that from bitter experience of having set up 3 institutions in China, where we made some very fundamental mistakes. That in the first instance, we were asked to go in and deliver exactly the same things as we were delivering in Australia. You soon rapidly realize that some of the language is just meaningless, that the cultural context is totally different, the educational experience of the learner up until the point they come to you is totally different. And you are operating in somebody else's cultural and economic, but cultural environment. So what the problem is that if you bring these in and you allow them to set up without getting them to fully understand what the cultural and educational context is, you end up with something which is delivered and it actually doesn't have a great deal of meaning as far as that institution or those learners are concerned. So I would just caution elements of that. I think it's important that you do work on international collaboration, and transnational education is very, very important in terms of taking research, the whole issue about educational pedagogy, learning. You take all of those things forward. However, I do just say, please be aware that often you might be asking somebody to come in who doesn't fully understand exactly the context in which you're operating. So that would be my first point. As far as the actual NEP is concerned, I think that is a fantastic document. If we'd have had something, or if we had something like that in the United Kingdom, I think we'd be a lot better off. We don't. We have an incredibly fragmented system. We don't have any cohesion. We don't have anything that tries to bring them all together. We tend to operate in very small, very fragmented way, depending upon where you are and what level you're operating at. And that clearly is an issue that has been noted in your document, that you're trying to overcome some of that. So I certainly congratulate you on having the foresight to develop a national education policy which looks at all of the levels within the educational process. We don't even have one ministry that looks after all those levels. They're actually in different ministries. So that doesn't help either. So we have a lot of political interference, if you like, in the way our education system has been developed over time. As far as opportunities go, I think you've got some great opportunities within that framework, and some of them I'll just highlight. And I think some of those opportunities are really related to the notion of flexibility, that the need for innovation and creativity. David's made comment on the holistic approach, which I think is so very, very important, irrespective of what strand or level of higher education in particular that you're looking to access. And I think those things, that notion about expanding the mind and critical thinking, should be the cornerstone of what everybody's trying to do as educators. I also like the notion that there's flexibility in that within to allow individual institutions to be much more creative than perhaps they are. But the only issues for me around that would be, I think you have to take care that you don't follow a pattern that has happened over here in particular, that whilst we had quite a bit of diversity within our higher education system, certainly when David and I joined it, when we won't say how many years ago that was, but it was quite a long time. What we don't have now is that same degree of diversity. So what we've done is we've actually systemized our approach to higher education, and there has been this flight almost to academic elitism and what I refer to as sameism. So you end up at the end of that with every higher education institution all trying to be the same, look the same, and actually fight for the same pot of money. And so you've lost that degree of diversity, you've lost all that levels of specialisms, that creativity and flexibility that we used to have before. So that would be a word of caution in terms of, but you have the opportunity, I think, even within that framework, the NEP, to be able to achieve that. Again, I appreciate why you might want to have large multidisciplinary HEIs, but again, I would just caution from an audit point of view, having been an auditor, an academic auditor, both in Australia and the UK, is that if you're not careful, they can become overly bureaucratic, and you lose that degree of flexibility. So on one hand, you're trying to create and foster and develop creativity, innovation, flexibility, and speed of response. But on the other hand, if you have a large bureaucratic organization, especially in relation to how you accredit the programs that are being developed, you can actually stifle just the very thing that you're trying to encourage. So I think the key to that will be the accreditation approach and how you do it. And I noticed in the NEP, there's a wonderful phrase there. I think it's called light but tight. And I would argue that if you had a light but tight accreditation system, then that has got to be the framework, but it would need to be supported by a properly constructed quality audit framework that was external to that, which allowed those things to actually occur. I'll just comment on a couple of other things. I think David's already mentioned, I am not a great fan of words like vocational, because I think you segregate automatically, because you're saying you've got vocational education and you've got other forms of education. And I think you're segregating that, and that's, to my mind, is actually not a sound approach, because everybody should be able to access education, and it doesn't really matter what sort of line you're following. Why? And of course, the problem with using terms like vocational is that they have, over time, they tend to imply it's a lower order of education. It doesn't have the same credibility or stature as an academic education. And we've suffered that over here in this country forever. And we still do. And yet I would then argue and say, well, okay, if you just look at the whole notion of what is a vocation, is medicine a vocation? But we don't call it vocational education, do we? Is law a vocation? Possibly. But again, we don't call it vocational education. We tend to just refer to it, if anything, we call it professional education. Now, I would argue that professional education can be attained at every single level. And I much prefer to use terms such as professional rather than vocational, because to be a professional, you still have to be as practical as often the vocational seems to imply. Would you want to go to a doctor that actually, a surgeon in particular, that doesn't actually know how to hold a scalpel? I don't think so. So, you know, he is as practiced in the craft of using his hands as a surgeon, as a bricklayer. but we tend to think of them as being at completely different levels. And yet, in terms of their creativity, their innovation, often their critical thinking, they are right for the job in hand, and their intellectual attainment can be, I won't say the knowledge is the same, but the intellectual attainment can well be at a similar level. So I just caution the notion of vocational education, which is part of your NEP plan. A couple of other quick points, and then I'll come on to the issues about assessment. I think employment skills, as mentioned in the NEP, are vitally important alongside this whole issue of the multidisciplinary approach. So you've got the opportunity for individuals to broaden their horizons. They don't become narrow individuals. They can become much better critical thinkers if you've got that opportunity, rather like they in many American certain colleges have, where you have a general education strand which has to run alongside the, if you like, the professional or the theme of the program that you happen to be following. Two more points. I think you need a much more flexible, accessible delivery mechanisms, because we're moving into an era now, and we have been there for quite some time, where, of course, individual students need to access learning at different stages, at different times, and often they need to dip in and dip out of that process. So if they can follow through a program which adapts to their needs, so some might be done on a full-time basis, some might be done on a part-time basis, they could actually do some in industry, they can do some in campus, and they can do some online. So it's about a flexibility of delivery, which is vitally important in there as well. My last point, just to come on to what David was asking me to talk about in relation to something like the Edge Hotel School. The issue there has always been that this is, just to put that in some context, is of course the hotel school is actually has a hotel, which is the home of the hotel school. So a lot of that development work, a lot of that learning is actually in that professional context of understanding the nature and delivering and working within an operation. Now that means the nature of the assessment process has to be very different. And I argue that there are two, well, perhaps three, but really two key factors when you're considering any form of assessment. Is it relevant to what the outcomes of that program are? How relevant is it? What are you actually testing? Are you testing their knowledge, their underpinning knowledge, their ability, and are you testing their skill sets? So the assessment should be much more holistic, not just test one little bit of it and see, well, yes, they got that right, therefore that's great, and then assume that everything else associated with that is going to work. It doesn't. So you've got to be much more holistic about it. And I would argue as well that there's a range of different types of assessment tools that you can begin to develop that try and incorporate and integrate those things. And the old-fashioned, it's got to be an exam, 3-hour exam, and it's got to be knowledge-based, for me, actually doesn't hold true anymore. And I think that those assessments generally are very flawed in terms of trying to understand the learning outcomes that somebody's achieved. And I think I've taken up more than my time, so I'll stop there.
So thanks, Peter. That was absolutely fantastic, the way you explained different facets of the foreign collaborations and transnational and international. We really loved your take on vocational, and I quite agree with you. By calling vocational, we take off that aspirational value. You know, we kind of subconsciously possibly say that you are not academic, you are not professional, you are a plumber, you are a vocational. So I think I agree to your point. And coming next to a very special speaker, Professor Debashish Chakrabarti, who is the Dean at the Michigan University, USA. Professor Chakrabarti, welcome to this show. And of course, we are going to talk about the role of the foreign universities as envisaged by the NEP 2020. Over to you, Professor Chakrabarti.
Well, good morning. Thank you. If I sound a little sleepy. It's very early in the morning on a Saturday morning. So thank you. I just for inviting me, Dr. Bosch. I really appreciate that. And I would like to thank Peter Jones and David Foskett for enlightening me on some of the important issues that we are discussing today. Their talk was very informative, and I would like to thank you for that. Well, I have been both a student and a faculty, and now the dean in an American university. And I have a little different take on NEP, and a little different take on what has been discussed so far. I believe very strongly that this government needs to be congratulated for taking a really, really good step towards making education more accessible, making education more making easy to participate, and giving us a comprehensive framework as to how to guide Indian education. And I think it'll have a transformative effect on educations in India. So I would like to congratulate the government for doing that. I think it was long overdue, and I think we'll all benefit from that. However, I have some caveat in terms of some of the points that extensively that calling it a vocational sends the wrong message, because given the definition, I'm a mainstream academician, and in that sense, I take exception to that term vocation. And I think that's where the culture comes in. I think we have not transcended that culture of calling something vocational, and which Peter, I think, laid out very extensively, that when you bring in a foreign university, they operate in a different culture. And in India, that culture still exists, that we keep on talking about these as vocation, but they are really transcended in other countries. So just bringing in universities without changing culture may not be very productive. And I totally agree with Peter on that point. I want to make certain 3 or 4 key kind of points here. Number one is I really like the replacement from 10+2 to 5-3-3-4. Because I think that really captures the essence of where India is struggling to bring in new people into the fold who otherwise are deprived of education. I really like that. I like the flexibility that the thing introduces. I also like the paradigm shift in assessment. All these years in India, we talked about teaching, we never talked about learning. And I think there's a significant gap between what is taught and what is actually learned. And I think I applaud the government for bringing that into very, very full fruition. I'm not a big fan of regional education, language of instructions, given the global nature of our economy. And I think India's competitive advantage did lie with English. And I think taking that away till almost the secondary level, I think would be a detriment to our growth process. Why give up something that we already have an advantage in? And I think that's something that I would appreciate the government takes a second look at, because that I think can stop us from reaching very, very high dividend. I have 2 or 3 other points to make. Number one, the NEP proposes the establishment of a Higher Education Commission on Education, and they want to do away with UGC and All India Council for Technical Education. I agree with the All India Council of Technical Education because I think that has been, I think, a disaster because AICT has helped develop institutes that have given lots and lots of degrees, many of whom are simply unemployable. And I think that focus, I think I like. The UGC, I thought was doing a good job. But replacing one government entity with another government entity, I don't think makes that much of a sense, without an explicit understanding of where these institutions failed and how this HEIC will actually improve that. I think we need some clarification on that. That's not there. I read the document many, many times. I couldn't see that. That's one area I would like to do. But the most important thing is, and this is, I think, I would like to stress in terms of both foreign involvement and the NEP in general. I think Dr. Subarna Bose, being an entrepreneur, you'll understand this better, I think, than just pure academician. But I come from a university that takes pride in creating and fostering private notion and private initiative. I think it's very, very difficult to measure the impact of education. I understand that. But given that the market has an important role, I mean, the reason why IHM has done so well over the years is because their graduates have been valued by the market. And IITs have been valued by the market. And there's no role of market in this entire economic reform, the educational reform. I don't see that. I think I will push back a little bit on what Peter Jones said in his speech. I think the lack of government is actually the reason why the American university have flourished and flourished so well. Because I think replacing one government enterprise with another government enterprise who goes in an uncharted territory, I think we need to rely more on the market to send us the right signals. And I think IIHM is a good example of that, a very good example of that. The market is actually leading where the curriculum should be. Now, as far as foreign universities coming in, I think foreign universities are really starving for money. Like in the US and UK, government help has been significantly reduced. Well, I can give you an example. When I first joined as a faculty, 79% of our revenue came from the government, 21% was from student tuition. When right now it's about 78% from tuition and 22% from students from the government. So the equation has completely changed. So in the past, when I was a student, we came to the United States completely on scholarship. Now the universities are looking to go abroad to recruit students so that their financial flow remains constant. And I am doing the same thing. So I can tell you from experience that we're looking for Indian and Chinese students because those are the low-hanging fruits of getting students to make our program actually financially viable. A lot of the programs are not viable if there's not enough Indian and Chinese students because the Americans are not very keen on graduate students and they're exceptionally bright. So in foreign universities will be definitely eager to recruit Indian students. I'm not that sure that they'll be eager to come to India, even with NAP, because NAP did not make the bureaucratic red tape any easier than before. In fact, that's one area that I would really appreciate the government looking into. But most importantly, the tuition level that they have to charge to give the level of education that they give in the United States is simply unsustainable in India for a massive investment there. Number one. Number two, most importantly, I think it is very difficult, and you will understand this being educated in India, it's very difficult to hire and sustain the level of faculty member that they need to justify their brand value in India. It is very difficult. And so I don't think that will change overnight. I think that will take a long time. And finally, the most important thing I would like to stress is the cultural difference between American universities operating in America and the American universities operating in India and what they'll face there. And I think Peter Jones made a fantastic point on that. Universities don't operate in a cultural vacuum. Universities operate in a cultural setting, and unless they can provide that setting, American universities will have a very hard time, I think, adjusting in India. And as Peter Jones said very eloquently, and I don't want to, that may not be a very good model for Indian universities or Indian government to emulate. Finally, and I would like to say this, and this is something that I hope my two esteemed speakers will support me on this, is that critical thinking happens in an area where people can express their ideas without recriminations and without retaliation. Now, a lot of Indian universities do not have that environment now. And thinking that we can generate critical thinking in a highly controlled environment where we censor political thoughts and we censor free thoughts will not happen. So I would urge the government to take formative steps and take the NEP through the curricular process, through the parliamentary process that they so far refuse to do, to start a discussion on this, because this problem will not be successful unless there's a general buy-in at the state and the local level and the national level. That discussion did not happen. And I think unless that happens, and unless we kind of struggle through this, because democracy is a mess, but anything other than democracy is even worse. So unless we go through that mess, and everyone has a stake in that process, anyone has expressed their differences, I think it will not cannot reach the fruition that it seeks to. I would like to congratulate the government on taking such a bold step. It has been long overdue, and I think every Indian should acknowledge that and appreciate that. But the government also have to reach out in hand and say, let's find out, fine-tune this, let's get all the opinions on this and make it a beautiful document, even better. Thank you so much for all the help, and I would like to thank you again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. You spoke so well, and I really appreciate the points you made, and especially the bureaucracy and the cultural thing which Peter touched quite a lot about an American university coming to India and teaching an Indian student is a totally different ball game of teaching an Indian student in America. But then again, I've got a question for you, Professor Chakravarti. Now with the blended learning, which is become part of the mainstream education now, it's no more kind of a side thing. I think it's been recognized as one of the principal mode of education, teaching and learning. So do you think that the blended learning concept and with some kind of a campus abroad, maybe it's a 4-year course, you can go for a campus for 1 year and you can do the rest of the course online on a blended process. Is there a future in that kind of international education for Indian students?
Absolutely, that's exactly what the American universities are looking for. The American universities do not want to make any, at least my university do not want to make a physical investment, because the nature of education, and I think Peter Jones said it also very wonderfully, that the delivery mechanism is shifting and going through a radical paradigm shifts. So the brick and mortar education facilities will be as obsolete as brick and mortar malls. So would you want to invest in a mall right now? I don't think so. So when I say education coming here, I mean digital education. I don't mean bricks and mortar education. But even within a digital education, the transformation of the culture that Peter Jones talked about, I think is very important. I think India and America has when I was growing up in India, I was told at every junction not to say anything because chotara katha bole na, you know. And that is a fundamental difference between the way the Americans work and the Indian work. And I think unless that model changes, unless that intersection happens, I think Peter Jones is right that bringing in that optimal for us.
Fantastic. I on the same point, I quickly come to Peter. Peter, you have been in the board of some of the very big digital learning platforms, e-hoteliers, and also others. And during the pandemic, we have seen the entire world, in fact, embracing the online education, right from a small institution, possibly in India or Singapore, to one of the biggest in the world. So obviously, we do understand that that is a part of the future education. So do you think that it's going to change in such a way that what Professor Debashish Chakraborty said, that the brick and mortar structure of education in next 10, 20 years will become a part of history, or it will still be a little bit of a blended education? What do you think about this as an expert in your field?
I think the blended approach, it could be called hybrid. It depends on where you are in the world as to what term you like. I quite like hybrid actually, because I think it's powered by different engines. So if you think about a hybrid car, it's powered by different engines, and I think you can say the same thing about education. It will be powered by different types of engines, and I think that's the important part. So I do agree very much that on the basis that there has been a major shift. And there's been a major shift in academics thinking. And it's been accelerated, of course, as a result of the pandemic. Now, prior to that, there were little bits of it taking place here and there, but all of a sudden you had no choice. If you wanted to deliver something to your students, you could only do it online. Now, that doesn't mean what you put online is actually any good in that online digital environment as a learning platform. It means that you had to take what you were doing face to face, put it on that platform because you didn't really have any option. The key now is actually to turn that into, now you've done it, is actually to refine it. Make sure the platform is right, that the interactions are correct, but also the content is right for that type of delivery. And I would agree. I would like to see in 20 years' time that education was much more accessible at different levels. And it was very much this sort of, I'm going to call it a hybrid model, where some of it would be done in industry. People would be in their own employment, in their workplace. Some of it would be, as you say, if you like, online. Some of it would be limited face to face, because that's where you can get that degree of interaction. And that's why I talked about having a much more flexible delivery mechanism that allowed people to move in and move out when it suits their own personal circumstances. But also make sure that you're offering a range of provision, some of which would be, if you like, sub-degree, but it's got to be optimal for that individual, and they've got to be able to accumulate elements of it, which ultimately could lead to different types of awards. So I think the system will change quite dramatically. And if I was running a very, very large campus, which thankfully I'm not, I would be looking around and saying to myself, just like a shopping mall, how much of this is going to be viable in the future? Because at the moment, over here in particular, all my students are confined to their halls of residence. So I've got all these teaching spaces, and yet I'm only actually using the residency spaces because that's the only place they can go. So I think what it's got to be is a very clever mix. But if you think about, coming back to my point about professional education, there is a need for people to be exposed to the laboratory, to the workshop, whatever it is, in a more controlled environment. Some of that, you could argue, you could do some of that in the context of industry, but you need to get the basics right. And that needs to be in a controlled laboratory style environment. So there is a need for people to come into that environment. There's a need for people to interact, and this idea about, developing their creative thinking without any political concerns about freedom of speech and so on, because that's where those ideas are actually fostered and developed. But if you package have that little lot together, you make it much more flexible, much more accessible, much more attainable to the individual. You make it a progressive pathway so they can see where it might end up at the end of it and where they are along the steps of the way. And that's a fundamental shift. At the moment, we provide linear courses over fixed duration. We expect you to come, start here and finish here. I think that's a nonsense.
Thanks, Peter. I think that's something absolutely right. I think your closing line reminded me of a video by Sir Ken Robinson, actually, where he spoke about how we can actually come out of this linear education. I will finish up with Professor David Foster. David, we are going for a big shift. Next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, the entire paradigm, the ecosystem of education delivery is going to change. Let's take it that way, because we all understand we are going towards that. How do you think in subjects which, like hospitality, which you are one of the most influential educators in the world, how do you think that only online or our education can help? Because as Peter said, we need hybrid model, 2 engines. So we need a lot of face-to-face interaction to teach the hospitality, the customer care, that warmth, that smile, and of course the skills of a chef or a surgeon. So how do we manage to integrate this?
Well, I think that is a very good question. Hospitality is about being hospitable. To be human is to be hospitable. We cannot remove the human element from hospitality, but we have to understand that the young people today are digital natives. We are digital immigrants. They're brought up with the technology. So we have to use the technology to help them in their learning. But we cannot divorce the applied learning, the practical learning, which is so important in hospitality. Not just the IQ, but the emotional intelligence, which is underestimated, that what you need in hospitality. If you teach medicine, you have to have bedside manner. You have to go into a laboratory. Yeah, you have to go into a theatre. So with hospitality, you have to go into a restaurant. You cannot teach hospitality, in my strong opinion, purely by digital. As one general manager said to me, when I get them from a certain university graduate, they can write a thesis on wine, but they can't open the bottle. They can't interact with the customer. They do not smile. And this is fundamental to hospitality. And as Peter said, there has to be blended or a hybrid approach, because they will want some online, but it mustn't be all online, because what we cannot do, we cannot allow the digital to dehumanize society. That's very important. Hospitality is about being human. It is very important. The interaction, the emotional intelligence. So there has to be a blended approach. We will still have restaurants. We will still have kitchens. It's so important that we develop the applied learning and has the digital as a backup. And what's interesting is there's a big discussion which is fueled by the pandemic. And it is, who are the key workers? Who are the key workers? Which industries are so important to the economy? And there's a huge debate about hospitality. We can't afford to close hospitality. Hospitality is a huge contributor to the UK and world economy. In fact, today I've just got a petition. I've been asked to sign a petition to ask the government to create a minister for hospitality, because they begin to realise how important hospitality is to the economy. Now, the debate between vocational, academic, it's all a nonsense. It's all learning. Yeah. And the policymaker, one of the most influential policymakers here is called David Goodhart. And he's written his book, his latest book is called Head, Hand, Heart. And it is a struggle for dignity and status in the 21st century. And it is about the dignity and status that we have to develop for those people that work with their hands and their skills, and they use their brain, and the heart is very much about those that care for people. And what he's trying to say in this is, let's break down the divide. It's all learning, and we have to move forward.
Gentle reminder, you have 2 more minutes, please.
Okay, we have to move forward on this one. And I think an interdisciplinary approach, which the document sets out, is a way to actually develop the link between head, hand, heart, and the struggle for dignity and status in the 21st century. And that's why I want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank David. That was excellent. And unfortunately, we have overshot that time. So thanks very much, gentlemen. Professor Foskett, Professor Jones, Professor Chakrabarti. It was such a pleasure, such an honor to discuss NEP 2020 and especially the transnational education in India. And of course, we discussed much more than that. And thanks very much for being with us. And on behalf of the entire team, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, may I thank all of you for your time and your wisdom, and look forward to see you soon. It's Namaskar from here in Calcutta.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, our esteemed speakers, for joining us today from all around the globe and for sharing your views on NEP. And thank you so much, Dr. Bose, for moderating this very, very important session. Children's minds are like a blank piece of paper, and every person leaves a mark. Education for these minds is of considerable importance. To hear the experts talk about the effect of NEP on preschool education, we request the presence of Ms. Pooja Dugar, founder and director, Lee Pierce Preschool. Ms. Dugar is passionate about experience-based education. Her conviction in the need for change led her to the establishment of Lee Pierce Preschool in 2016. She believes to guide and encourage children to develop their potential through experience, exploration, and play-based learning in a stimulating learning environment where they feel loved and respected. A sought-after early education consultant and speaker, she has been invited by various educational and non-educational platforms like the World Education Summit, Early Childhood Association, TICON Kolkata, BCC&I, Women Economic Forum, Education Today, and many more to share her views on education and entrepreneurship. Ms. Dugar is chairing the Women Entrepreneurship Cell at the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She's also the member of the Entrepreneurship Committee. She's Executive Committee and Charter member at TIE, Kolkata, where she also heads the Women's Cell. She's a Kolkata chapter lead for the TIE Women Global. Pooja is a core committee member and patron principal at Early Childhood Association, India. Joining her this evening, we have also Mrs. Suman Sood, Director, BD Memorial and ECA National Core Committee member. Mrs. Suman Sood has been working in the space of primary and pre-primary education for the last 30 years now. She started her career as a teacher from the Billa High School in 1990 and learned to be proficient in curriculum development, integration of technology, and various other fields, collaborating with schools across the world. The former director of the Montclair Montessori House group of schools, Mrs. Sood is presently the director of BD Memorial School. And to invite our eminent speakers and moderate this discussion, I would like to now invite Ms. Ajita Menon, who is a political economic advisor at the British Deputy High Commission in Kolkata. She covers 13 states in East and Northeast India and the Union Territory of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Before joining her present job, Ms. Ajita has been a journalist with over 25 years of experience in both print and broadcast journalism, having worked with top news agencies like the Press Trust of India and ANI. Ms. Ajita is a Chevening Fellow, having done a course on broadcast journalism from Cardiff University, UK. She's also a Fulbright Fellow from Maryland University, USA. Welcome, ma'am, and we look forward to this amazing session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sanchari, for that excellent round of introductions. I'm very privileged and happy to be moderating this session with Pooja Dugar and Suman Sood as panelists on this session. I will start by saying that we've been hearing discussions throughout yesterday and today on NEP, and most of the discussion has been on higher education, secondary education, or university education beyond that. But the NEP, the biggest difference I have found in NEP 2020 is that it focuses more on the early stages of education, and it very clearly says that early childhood care and education is the greatest and most powerful equalizer. So the focus is on preschool, and that is seen as one of the prominent building blocks for a child's education and future in education and the career that the child is going to take. And And that means like for the age group of 3 to 8 years. And this policy envisages that by the age of, by completing class 3, the child is like, fundamentally has functional literacy and numeracy skills. And that can only happen if the preschool stage for the child, like when the child enrolls at the age of 3, it is like, proper, and it takes care of all the policies that is to be implemented in the later stage, and that the basic fundamentals is set at that stage. So I will start with Suman Sood here, and I just want to know, like from the what is seen in the policy and the focus on preschool, like how do you see the curriculum and the pedagogy developing under this policy for preschoolers? I think your audio, you need to unmute yourself, Suman.
So, Ajita, thank you for this wonderful question. Early childhood is something which is very, very dear to my heart. And it has, I'm very passionate about early childhood education. And when Sanchari introduced me, I would just thank you. I thank her for all the warm words, but I would like to add 2 more things. That I'm proud to be a BCC&I core committee member, education core committee member, and also national core committee member of Early Childhood Association, and under the mentorship of Dr. Swati Popatwats, who is the president of Early Childhood Association. We started the Early Childhood Association chapter here in Kolkata. I started that as a territory head, and then many schools, Pooja is also one of them, they all joined, and together we brought about a wave of change in the early childhood education scene. So as a member of the early childhood education, first of all, I'm very, very happy. And also I feel proud that we have been pushing for this kind of a recognition by the government for a long time. We actually felt like orphaned children who had no one to turn to. So it was a matter of great pride and happiness when we saw that in this NEP, early childhood education has been recognized and has been given a status, and there is a possibility that there will be a standardized implementation now. Well, the draft is very good, the plan is very good, but a lot depends now on the implementation, and curriculum and pedagogy is something which I feel lot of changes have been brought in. First of all, this thing about rote learning, this needs to stop. And the NEP here, this recognizes that, yes, this is something which should not happen, without even knowing the concept, without even knowing what the child is learning. The child is just repeating. It's only by repetition that the child is learning. So this is where we need to put an end. And we need to bring in a change in this curriculum and the way the things. So it is not about what is going to be taught. I think it is more important that how it is going to be taught. So that should be the focus. So many preschools, many good schools have been doing and have been following good practices, and they have been sharing it. And again, as an Early Childhood Association member, I'm very proud to say that we have been sharing very good practices, and we are actually hand-holding. We've been hand-holding each other, and we've been trying to find guidelines for each other. So now that the NEP is going to bring in a structured change, and the NCERT, they say, is going to bring in some standardization. So this is a very welcome thing, because before this, what has been happening is that whoever has been wanting to do whatever they have been doing. So there have been schools which have been mushrooming all over. So at least there'll be a stop to that. And if nothing else, they will try to follow the right guidelines, because this age, that is the age from 0 to 8 years, here the 90% of the brain development is happening, which the NEP has also recognized. And for that, we need to focus on various practices. We need to focus on the emotional, cognitive, physical and motor development. and social skills of children. So to bring in a proper education, or to bring in a proper development of these skills, I wouldn't call it education, I would say development of the skills. That is what is required. So for that, we need to have different kinds of activities. We need to have it more of a learning environment from where children can grasp and they can automatically learn, instead of teachers trying to teach in different ways. And yes, lot depends on the games and activities and the various ways that these skills, they need to be developed at very young and early age, because the sensorial development is something which I think really needs to be focused upon. And these senses are the gateways to learning for all children. So once the child opens his eyes, and even before that, in the womb of the mother, the child is sensing things around him or her. So once the child comes into the world, he is seeing the world, he's trying to understand, he's trying to perceive, he's trying to explore. So the sensorial exploration is something which needs to be developed and which needs to be focused on by all schools, by teachers, and they need to understand the various ways in which to develop these senses. And the best time period is, of course, from 0 to 8 years, and more importantly, 0 to 3 years. Now, the NEP here says that we have the schooling, the preschooling will start from the age of 3 years. But in the draft, there has been a little bit of a slip, perhaps. In the draft that was there, they did mention 0 to 3 years as an age where a lot of sensorial development and lot of guidelines will be given for these different ways to develop the various ways of learning for children. But I wonder who will be getting these guidelines, whether the parents will be getting, the caregivers will be getting, or whether the teachers will be getting. So we need to wait and watch. We need to see. We need to see how things get implemented. It is a very rosy and a wonderful and a utopian kind of a plan. But at every step, at every stage, we have to see the step-by-step implementation. If the implementation takes well, I think this would be really wonderful. And more importantly, again, I would like to quote our president, Dr. Swati Potapovat. She's the president of the Early Childhood Association. So as she has said, that it is not, we need not try to reinvent the wheel. We need to look at the West, get some other countries, get their good practices in. And why only them? We need to look at ourselves. We need to look at our heritage, our culture, and see how we can bring in our best practices into our system. So here we just need to, follow some good thinkers, some philosophers like Gijubhai Badekar. Then we have Mahatma Gandhi has given us some very wonderful educational practices and some principles. And even Rabindranath Tagore, we should not forget him. How beautifully he has crafted stories for children, how beautifully he has crafted poems for children. And based on that, there are a lot of philosophies which have developed for education. So we need to look at that. And more importantly, why should we wait for the government to do something about the curriculum, to do something about the pedagogy? Why should we wait for those NCERT guidelines? We should try to evolve our teachers in this way. We should try to do the things in the best possible manner. And let us handhold each other. If I am doing something good, let me share it with another partner school, and let us try to bring in this wave of change. So this is my idea. This is my thinking.
Thank you, Suman, for a very comprehensive overview of what the policy says about preschool and preschooling. And one thing, a couple of things like that you mentioned, like do not reinvent the wheel, no need to reinvent the wheel, sensorial development, and sharing of best practices. I think these are the three main points that you have focused on in your opening statement. And I have some interesting statistics here. Like, there is this perception that in India, with our huge population, many children might be deprived of preschooling. But interestingly, statistics from the Annual States of Education report of 2018 says that even at the age of 3, 7 out of 10 children are in preschool, which is like fantastic. And and it shows that India has progressed considerably as far as preschooling is concerned. So then what exactly are the challenges? Like to Pooja, I would like to ask this, like where are our challenges? Like, is it in the infrastructure, like teachers training, or is it in the curriculum? And how is it that we can maintain parity in this, like in the education that a preschooler gets in say a private school or in an Anganwadi? Like, how do you bring in parity for preschoolers in India? Pooja.
Okay, so thank you, Ajita. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Of course, the national education policy, like, we must congratulate the government to take this bold step. But, we also need to understand it's just a policy. It's a written sheet of paper, which can only be implemented with collaboration, not from one or two, but many different, spheres and areas. Now, when it comes to early education, like the first thing, which is something which gets really highlighted in my mind, is that in spite of converting the Ministry of Human Resource into Ministry of Education, the early education fate is not decided by one. It is decided by a culmination of ministries together, okay, which is the Ministry of Human Resource, the Ministry of Women and Childcare, and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and the Tribal Affairs. So first and foremost, we need to understand that we are talking about pedagogies, we are talking about standardization of methodologies, but when it comes to the fate of early education, we have to still depend on collaboration, understanding, and agreement of these different departments. That is one thing which I really, I'm waiting as it unfolds how our government, which is the central government, is going to take a step for this one. Secondly, when it comes to standardization of quality, I do agree that we have a lot of best practices, we can hold, but I have a little different take here. I feel that if something has to be standardized, has to pass down from the center, has to be implemented at the state level, without too much of mixing or too much of because the moment everyone starts to put into a format, there is no standardization of quality. And what's lacking in our country when it comes to early education is because, as Suman ma'am mentioned, there are a lot of schools which have been mushroomed here and there, and everybody is doing their own practices, and everybody is trying. There's nothing against it. Everybody is trying to do their best, but where is the standardization? Because at the end of the day, when a child is 3 years or 5 years of age and goes to a higher education, in which he's following a structured curriculum, but the background is set very differently. So in spite of structuring the 5+3+3+4 structure, the government has to come up with a systematic manner in which the curriculum, which has been passed down, has to be standardized. Another very, very challenging question which I went through the education policy, is they're going to come up with a teacher training course by 2022. Okay, I understand it's a wonderful step, but my main question is, what happens to the existing teachers? Is it the responsibility of the schools where they are working to train them? Is it their personal responsibilities? Will their socio-economic conditions would help them to take care of those new training methodology? Or is it something which the government is going to just open it out to the entire country, teaching fraternity? A very, very big question. So since we are discussing about the challenges, I thought it's important for me to highlight that. Infrastructure, of course, India is a country where there is a lot of socio-economic disbalance. In one high-end school, the infrastructure is much different. Their implementation power, the resources, the apparatus, the curriculum is much different than an Anganwadi. So what happens when these children rise up to a certain age and then they go to the mainstream education? Will we be able to bridge the gap? Will there still be, because of our social and mindset, there'll be a lot of girl child dropout when it comes to higher education? A lot of questions are there. Like, the policy looks nice and bright, but unless the implementation starts happening and what the center has in mind to implement these policies, everything looks very, very sketchy to me. I don't know what is going to happen, because here we are not talking about a small group of people. We are a large country. with diverse background, with different conditions and different requirement. So I feel these are few of the challenges which one needs to understand. But as Suman ma'am also mentioned, the best practices and everything we can all implement. But I think now, since we have a policy, it is the responsibility of the center to consolidate, whether it's from the west, east, wherever, whether it's our own, cultural heritage education ideologies, or it is from the west. They need to consolidate together, get a framework, give it to the early education. 0 to 3 still remains a little uncertain. We don't know what's the fate of that. Now, I run a standalone preschool. So for us, there are two questions which rises in our mind. Are we going to have children only till the age of 3, which means we start up even earlier than what we are starting? Or can we stretch ourselves to class 2 since we belong to the foundational year? It's unclear. We don't know. And as the time, unfolds, we will get to know. So these are the few starting points of challenges which I bring in front of you. And of course, we'll take it as we go forward. Over to you, Ajita.
Pooja, thank you. You've really brought up some pertinent points. And as you said, whether you continue till 3 years of age or you go beyond that. And I assume that a lot of big schools would also now, bring in preschool in their, campuses, and they will also get into that. And still, as happens in case of any new policy, there is always this, gap in understanding and implementation. And we still not very clear about the resources. Like you mentioned, teachers training, and who's going to do that, and who's going to take responsibility for training up the existing teachers or even the new teachers who want to join. So the resources also remain questionable, but I'm sure as the time goes forward, things will become much more clearer, and there will be more updates regarding how the implementation process is going to happen. But since you mentioned that there's this difference that we have, like Anganwadi and private schools, and as we know, in India, government schools, most of them depend on Anganwadis for ensuring preschool education for their children. And in many cases, the Anganwadis are located within the primary schools themselves, and in some cases they are outside. So that whole infrastructure is also not very, suitable, or it doesn't work in that way, in the sense that, as you said, how is the curriculum managed? Do the Anganwadis take care of what the students would go and do? Do they build on what is expected for the child to do in a primary school? So, and that's a uncharted territory. People have actually not studied that. And I know that Suman has been working closely and with Anganwadis, and she knows about how the system works there. So if you can throw some clarity on that, Suman. And also the other disparity comes in with language. So Pooja mentioned the different backgrounds the children come from, and the parental guidance is there for, people of a better economic standing, they manage the English bit. And if the focus is on mother tongue, then how is the language taken care of? Because obviously if you don't know English, your, higher education and career opportunities become suspect. So Suman, your views on that.
Ajita, see, there is a great divide when it comes to private schools and the Anganwadis. So especially now, we have been feeling this divide when we went online. And what happened to these Anganwadis? No? They were not having any kind of online training as such, although there was a promise. And maybe some schools may have had a little bit of TV or something installed. But frankly, at the grassroots level, this was not seen. So basically, till now, Anganwadis have just been left to themselves, and they have been more or less like nutritional centers, kind of daycare centers, where there has not been much learning, not importance given to curriculum and pedagogy at all. Mostly, they have children also have been going there for a midday meal, because that's what the families felt, that at least our child can go and have something to eat. Nutrition is important. And so they have been getting that. So now, but NEP has given us a promise that there will be proper curriculum and pedagogy for these Anganwadis as well. Teachers will be trained, and they will be having their, but again, I'm a little doubtful, because the quality of training, it depends on that also. 10+2 teachers will have 6 months training. So how that 6 months training is going to suffice for ACCE practices, I'm not too sure. And then again, there is that even class 10 onwards or 8 onwards, they can, be teachers there and get 1 year diploma course. So that has also been mentioned. So we'll again have to wait and watch and see how things unfold. But at the same time, it is our responsibility. It is responsibility of many of the social organizations who have been doing a wonderful job, trying to handhold and trying to do things which are right for these Anganwadis. I've been working closely as a Rotarian with a lot of these Anganwadis and have been, training teachers. And also Early Childhood Association also, we've been doing a lot of, we've been adopting Anganwadis and we've been doing. But it has not been an easy task, and it is not easy because there are so many protocols to follow. There are so many barriers to be broken before you enter an Anganwadi school and try to adopt it or try to give teacher training to that school. So it requires a lot of grit and determination to actually do it. And many of these principals who have been there, they don't even allow you to enter because they feel threatened. They want to do their own thing, perhaps. So this has been my experience. But at the same time, I think we should not lose heart. We have to look at these children and we have to give them the best possible opportunity. And in this case, I would like to cite an example of, that hole in the wall project. I think we are all aware of that. So how beautifully this has been done. And Mr. Sujit Mitra, he has done this project. And children have learned because that little bit of piece of technology was there. And by self-exploration, they have learned. So, and if we give them the right training and we give them the right knowledge, just imagine how much they can move ahead and how much more we can give it to them in the form of learning and as a step towards a better life.
Suman, it's very interesting that you mentioned midday meals and like the government policy has been on that if you give midday meals, like more children are enrolled and they stay in school because of that. But the way I see it, like this pandemic has created reverses in that, because in many cases the midday meals, some states actually reached midday meals to the children in their homes, but many states were not able to do so. And Pooja, you mentioned about school dropout rates being controlled, and again in the pandemic that is one of the reverses, because children have stayed home because the schools have been shut, and many parents have again started thinking in terms of like it's not worthwhile to send children to school, and with the loss of livelihoods in the pandemic, many of them are also thinking in terms of sending their children off to work. So again, we are back to the child labor, child marriage, issues that are prevalent here. So my question to Pooja here is like, how do you see this getting resolved? Because we are in a pandemic and there doesn't seem to be a end in sight right now, and this is going to continue. So that is one. And since Suman didn't pick up the language question, if you would like to answer that also.
Yeah. So I would first answer the language question. I mean, I do understand that the NAP mentioned that we could use, regional languages to teach children. See, I do understand when it comes to towns or villages or people where, there are not children from different cultural backgrounds, it might sustain. But in metros, in cities like Kolkata, Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, where you see the crowd to be extremely cosmopolitan, there are different home languages spoken, children get into one classroom. Picking up a regional language could be very, very challenging. And I don't think it is very, very sustainable in a urban setup. Rural setup, I do understand that it is possible. So for language, that is one there. And of course, when it comes to numeracy and literacy skills, which is really highlighted for early education in the NAP. So my whole take and my question to the policy here is that, yes, it's fine that they are going to standardize the numeracy and they're going to standardize the literacy part there. So what is right now happening is we as preschool owners, or we as preschool founders, we try to only cater to what the high school requires. We train the children depending on what is demanded by the high school. Now, the whole question here is, if you have something standardized for 3 to 8 years, do as preschools we really need to work on the language skills and the numeracy skills, or we need to work on the softer skills or the essential skills or the life skills of the child? So this actually has to come very clear, because trust me, with 3 to 8 years into the foundational years, the age of preschool is going to drop down from 2 to 1.5, and I won't be surprised if it gets dropped down to 1. And also you have to understand, for standalone preschools to sustain, they do need to build in programs. So it's like two kind of a problem, which is curriculum side also, as well as sustenance side also. So literacy, numeracy, by 2025, NEP wants to standardize.
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
Okay, so I'm really looking forward to that. Now, when it comes to economic divide, the first question which you asked me, I think the pandemic has really put us into a situation where the gap has widened beyond imagination. With the use of technology, in a country like India, where we don't have it accessible to every child and every family. Trust me, even, like middle class family, if they have 2 kids, providing 2 laptops with 2 data connection is very, very difficult. The pandemic has really widened the gap, and I really feel now it's the time for public-private partnership. We can't put everything onto the government. It's not always a government's responsibility. It's the time for a public-private partnership wherein we come up and make sure that the education is reached across every child in the country. So I think it's my humble request, and if I could contribute, I think it's time we get into a very strong public-private partnership when it comes to getting our children educated, because they are the future of our nation.
Very interesting, Pooja, that you see public-private partnership as a solution to the reverses that the pandemic is causing. And I think you are right. And I think we will see this not just in education, but we might see this across sectors, because that is something is emerging as the solution. And of course, entrepreneurship as part of that, and innovation has to come in on how we look at, the entire education, health, or other livelihood sectors, like how it is going to pan out in the post-pandemic scenario. So that's another topic for another total conference, perhaps. But very good point that you made here. And I think we are running out of time. But one thing which I cannot let go without asking, and my question to Suman here is that, when you think about preschool in India, the mindset is like Montessori comes up, that is seen as a benchmark for most people. And we have also been through that process at some point of time or the other. So is it is like, obviously Anganwadi is like, they perhaps don't follow the Montessori model. They have some kind of indigenous training and process in place. So what do you think,
Montessori is a very good method, and there is no doubt about that. It is widely acclaimed, and I have personally been very closely associated with, still am closely associated with it, so I will vouch for it. But now what I feel is we need to move on just from Montessori to Montessori Plus, because there are new added practices also. As I said, we have to look around and we have to see the best practices and share those best practices. And when this goes for the standalone schools or other kindergartens, then I think it goes for the Anganwadis as well. So there is, it's not that we have to stick only to the rigid Montessori methods, but we have to be adaptable, and we have to look at other things as well. So here I would just like to cite one. Yeah, I would just like to cite one example, since you're from the British Council and you know about the International School Award. And I led Mongrace Montessori House to be the first Montessori school in India to get this International School Award. Before that, even British Council thought that we would not be able to do it. So it is not that, we have to look at the system. It is like we have to look at the...
Gentle reminder, you have 2 more minutes, please.
So I think we have to bring in an integrated approach, a blended learning, now that the blended learning is going to be there. So there are various things which we have to bring in into our systems.
Very quickly before we wrap up, to Pooja, like there's a lot of discussion about the mental health of kids who come under a lot of pressure in our education system, and even preschoolers have this problem. So what is your take on that, and how can we find a solution for this?
Okay, so I'm going to be really candid about it. I think we need to first work on the mental health of the parents who just get so worried because their kids have to get admissions into high school that they focus so much on what the interview is going to be than what my child is going to learn. So the whole journey of learning has been replaced by the stress of getting into higher schools. And once we set that up, trust me, children have no interest, especially our little babies of 0 to 6. They are free souls and they don't want to take any pressure. I mean, even if they're sitting in front of their parents and who's pressurizing, the next moment they get up, they can just get into play. Play is therapy. And I was also add on a little bit to the whole Montessori part. See, I also come from a Montessori background, and I completely agree with Ms. Sood when she says it has to be a Montessori plus. But again, I have a little different take here when it comes to Anganwadi. Montessori education is a little bit of investment, especially with the apparatus which we have. Okay, I really feel that the Anganwadi still have to go a long way before we integrate that system. But like Suman ma'am would agree, and we talk a lot about it, the play-based learning is what we are looking at. And once we do that, the mental health of the child will be automatically taken care, because play is the best therapy for a child to learn, to be happy, to be healthy, and to grow holistically and beautifully.
Dr. Maria Montessori also said, play is the work of the child.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Play is definitely always there.
Yes, that's
so I think, that is a message that the parents who are watching this program should take away from this. Like, it's not only study, like the mental health of the children matter, and play is the therapy, as Pooja said. And that is something
your time has ended.
That is something which everybody should, understand from this discussion when you talk about preschool or even through the education journey. Thank you very much for your fascinating conversation, Suman Sood and Pooja Duggar. Thank you very much. And thank you, BCCI, for this opportunity for the three of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Suman Sood and Ms. Pooja Duggar, for joining us this evening and sharing your views in NEP. And thank you so much, Ms. Ajita, for moderating this fantastic session, ma'am. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we are extremely humbled to host Dr. Partho Ghosh, Chairman of the Boston Pledge USA, to throw light on NEP 2020. Talking about Dr. Partho Ghosh, he is a true global citizen, is known worldwide as an innovator of business and economic models. Dr. Ghosh currently enjoys advisory relationships with multiple prestigious organizations in more than half a dozen nations. While serving the leaderships of multinationals on complex strategic issues, he has also mentored several startups across nations. Given his wide range of interests from education reforms, philosophy, international relationships, science and engineering, energy, ecology and ethics, business and economics, country management, public service, and his experience across cultures and industries, his clients view him as a modern-day Renaissance man. He's also done extensive work for heads of nations in assessing a country's competitive advantage in various industries and in defining strategic pathways for accelerated socio-economic development. Over the years, he has earned respect in various global leadership forums as a creative problem solver and as a visionary leader. An avid public servant, he is one of the founding members of the Boston Pledge and is involved with multiple philanthropic initiatives around the world. Recipient of several medals, he recently received the prestigious Distinguished Alumnus Award from the Indian Institute of Technology and honorary DSc from Adamas University for his outstanding professional accomplishments across industries worldwide. And to welcome him this evening and to moderate this session, I'm extremely humbled and happy to invite Mr. Sumit Das Gupta, Managing Director, Alcap Communications Private Limited, to welcome him. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shanchari. So we are back. Hello, Dr. Ghosh. Is your line clear? Am I audible? Yeah. Okay, fine. So so to utilize every minute available to us, let us, without any further ado, go to Dr. Ghosh. We all know that education reforms is a special area of interest for you. And so we would like to go to you for an outside-in view of the NEP. If you were to put on your strategic advisor hat and conduct a SWOT analysis of NEP, what would the report card read like? Over to you, Dr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Shamit. Thanks to BCC&I for organizing this conference. And congratulations to everyone who contributed to shaping the new education policy and the discussion that have followed in the yesterday and today. I was listening to some of them. I was absolutely charmed by a range of points made over the last 2 days. So obviously, I may not do justice to really literally score how good the education policy is or not. But before I do that, I like to kind of set up where I'm coming from. Firstly, I want to extend my greetings from Boston. I suspect most of the points that needs analysis, which has been discussed, have been covered. So it would be a bit difficult for me to kind of bring some new perspective to the new education policy. So what I will do is I'll step back a little bit and try to put the education from the point of view where India is in its growth curve. And I think that's very important. You know, India is still, in terms of nominal GDP per capita, is only $2,000. We spend about 1/10 on healthcare compared to China. So we have to look at education system, firstly, with the understanding of the local perspective. And as you know, India is a diverse country. The challenges in Purulia are different from challenges in Aurangabad. Challenges in Kashmir is different from the challenges in Kerala. And at the same time, which I found the education policy did not touch on as much, that we did have some interesting experiments started by our own people, like Shantiniketan. You know, when you talk about holistic education, humanistic education, perhaps the focus of the policy could have been, how do we revive Shantiniketan and create another 1,000 Shantiniketans around the world? So in terms of trying to be new, if we are sometimes too new, it loses the beauty of what we have achieved in the past. Now, we go very much in the past. We talk about Taxila and Nalanda, but that is so much in the past, it's very difficult to connect with. But what we have achieved in the name of Shantiniketan, which is only 200 miles away from Calcutta, or Indian Institute of Fundamental Research and Science, which is the first research institute that too in Jadavpur in Calcutta, we have to celebrate what we have. And then ask the question, how do we take the education system of this country forward? As you know, many of you know, in many leadership forums since 1986, I've been advocating the need for a fundamental renewal of India's education system with fundamental boost on cultivating work ethics, honesty, and coordination, which was touched on earlier. I used to call it 3 H's, the head, the heart, and the hand. And then I used to talk about STEM to the power 2. That's very important to keep in mind. STEM to the power 2. One is the usual STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and management. But my emphasis was on sports, teaching, ethics, and music, the other STEM. And if we can bring these two together, we could create a kind of intellectual, spiritual ferment that we are always we are all looking for. The ability to provide young minds the desire to express. We all like to express ourselves, and in the process, find ourselves, the process of self-discovery. So from that point of view, Samit, I must say I find the NEP touches on some of the points I've talked about earlier, is very comprehensive, and particularly like two things about the NEP. One, I would say, the emphasis on early childhood education, and that was what I enjoyed very much in the previous discussions. Emphasis on handicapped people. We have typically looked down on handicapped, giving them the opportunities. But at the same time, I do feel a bit afraid that implementation of so many different dimensions, it is a wish list of everything that you could see, from Pali to Persian to Sanskrit to all the languages of India to French, German. I was a bit surprised Chinese was missed out, which is the biggest, the most important language today. But anyway, I feel it's a beautiful wish list, very comprehensive. Whoever crafted this policy did not miss out on everything important in the world. But that is not the challenge today. The challenge today is we have to be strategic in prioritizing key elements which would be the fundamental differentiators of Indian education system. Otherwise, we have to choose the levers very thoughtfully, keeping in mind that if we try to implement everything that the NEP 2020 spells out, the process would be extremely messy. And that would put us back even farther. And in the meantime, we have to keep in mind about 30 to 35% of our country is still illiterate. To just being able to teach them read, write, do some simple maths is extremely important before we talk about all the other great things that NEP is talking about. And again, I do respect every word that has been used, but sometimes as an outsider, I feel that all the buzzwords, all the right words are there. And we always had that. But the point where we have often failed in India is that we have not been good in implementation. If you look at the 5-year planning commission, which was set up in the 50s by Maulana Bis, we have gone from one plan to another plan, but India has not really moved much. We had a knowledge commission, which was set up by my friend Sam Petroda and Manmohan Singh. I don't know what came out of it. We set up the IITs, but we have produced engineers, but did we solve India's problems? There are a lot of unanswered questions that we have to think of, that how good are we of converting our wish lists into tangible actions which can touch the lives of the common person. It is not meant for the schools and colleges in Kolkata or Bombay or Delhi or Madras, but I think the question that I often raise is how do we touch the children in the villages of India? How do we touch them? That we talked about the digital divide. We cannot take Zoom there, nor we can take internet there. Many of them do not have literacy. And more importantly, what I bother about, many of them do not have access to clean water. They do not have access to health. They do not have access to sanitation, let alone talking about education. So I like to just set it up and then go specific to the, if you want, rating summit, is that in fact today India suffers from multiple deficits. There are a lot of deficits. The trade deficit, that means we buy more than we sell. So obviously we have limited supply of dollars. Budget deficit, thanks to COVID-19, it has even got worse, that we spend more money than the taxes we earn. Social infrastructure deficit, as I just touched on, deficits in access to clean water, access to sanitation, access to healthcare, and most importantly, we have deficit in honesty, deficit in patriotism, deficit in social conscience, which would all need to be filled so we could pursue a forward-looking, that to a super ambitious NEP 2020. It's very important. That's why often we come up with these policy statements and we appreciate, we welcome, but then after 20, 30 years, nothing has changed. Just to keep in mind, I really think, which Vivekananda is to talk about, unless you have food in your stomach, unless your muscles are strong, it is very difficult to read Gita. That was Vivekananda's statement 100 years ago. And we are still suffering from that. Just to give you some numbers, in year 2000, China used to spend about $42 per capita on healthcare. India, $19 per healthcare. So it was about half. But today, China spends $450 on healthcare. India spends only $70. China went up 10 times between 2000 and 2018. India only doubled. So I think these are the challenges, the health. How do we bring the health, the nutrition? I'm glad we touched on the Kanchan program of the education system. Finally, I like to make a point that, I have often talked about, I'm going back to my earlier days with BCC&I, I gave a lot of speeches in beautiful conference room that you have. And one of the conferences in 1990s, I talked about India should think of social, ethical, civic quotient. Social, ethical, civic quotient. Now, as you know, when you look at the non-performing assets of the country, the people who are educated has failed India. And why did they fail India? Lack of ethics, lack of honesty, lack of tax avoidance. In fact, people take loan and use it for personal purposes. And in the process, there has been tremendous leakage. But that should be the focus. How do we? That's where I like one part of the NEP 2020, the focus on early childhood education. And that too, I've been even more focused that we have to build character. And character gets built when you're 3 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old. And if you don't, people start learning on the streets how to short circuit, how to pass a test without really studying but copying. So I think we have to be very honest about ourselves that what is the real cancer of the society. Because education is an enabler. It helps a society to move forward. And today the biggest cancer has been the ethics, the intellectual honesty of the nation. You know, even we are still debating who was the real liberator of India. Was it Subhash Chandra Bose or was it Mahatma Gandhi? And that also points towards the drift that happened between Mahatma Gandhi and Subhash Chandra Bose. It shouldn't have happened. It became a power struggle when we are fighting for independence. So if we want to fight for independence based on education, again, we have to be very honest, as opposed to having super long list of ideas. It's ideas. I mean, I could have written the same policy for China, for Japan, for the United States. It will be welcome. Where is Indianness? Where is the local challenges of India connected, where 30% of people are illiterate? So I think I give, in terms of wish list, A, in everything else, C minus. As far as NEP is concerned, since he wanted me to take a position, Sumit, that's where, and I can elaborate it later why I do say that. The wish list is good, but so what? We had very good wish list when the Planning Commission was formed. We had very good wish list when Knowledge Commission was formed. We had a lot of great wishes all the way through. India is very good at that, by the way, but extremely poor converting the wishes into action. Back to you, sir.
Absolutely. So if we take pick up on your last point, yes, one of the terms that has come up repeatedly in this conclave is holistic education. And an emphasis on that is the term that you picked up, building character. So is there anything specific that you feel actually inspires any confidence in you that, yes, we will finally encourage our young to grow into genuine leaders with a global conscience?
Absolutely. You know, this has been very, very close to my heart, as you know, Samit, over the years. You know, I always feel instead of trying to redo everything fresh, reinventing the wheel, we can do a couple of simple things. You know, we were earlier talking about the privilege, the education where the privileged people go. I think we can make it mandatory that every child, after he has crossed the age of 6, he would be responsible for about 1 minute. Every child who is responsible for is going to school should be responsible also to teach, should do rural projects. It should be part of the curriculum. Because we have shortage of teachers, but suppose someone is in class 8 and is sent to a village for 1 year, as part of the curriculum, to go and teach in a rural area, whatever subject he or she chooses to teach, that should be facilitated. That is done doing 2 or 3 things. One, the child at the age of 6 or 8 or 10, whichever age they are assigned, because they should teach someone who is 2 to 3 years younger. Firstly, we are immediately expanding the educators, because we are making the student the educator, because it is a continuous process. Number 2, they should be assigned to villages, rural areas with specific projects for 6 months, 9 months, and that's part of the education. Then they understand the problems of the country. They develop the connectivity with the local villages or local areas of their choice. And in the process, that stays with them forever. And in the process, most probably the child in that village has also built a relationship with the child in the Park Street of Calcutta. So I think that could be one. Similarly, I see that for the IIT. That's why, as you know, at Summit, I'm setting up a leadership academy in IIT Kharagpur, first of the kind in the world, by the way. The purpose would be that the IIT engineers has to spend 6 months to go out to the local areas and do projects. So that is to be holistic, because you are understanding the problem, you're connecting with the rural people in the rural area, and in the process experimenting with yourself. Maybe he would like to settle down in Midnapur as opposed to everyone looking to come to MIT. So I feel that time has come to use the current infrastructure with a different spin, as opposed to saying we have to redo everything. I'm giving you short answers to our summit because I would like to make some closing statement at the end, because I know other sessions we ran out of time.
So again, even I'll keep it short. Connectivity. Digital divide is the other keyword that is coming up in every session. What are your thoughts on the implementation of NEP versus the obvious great digital divide in India?
That's a very good point. As you know, unfortunately, COVID-19, as was mentioned earlier, has created digital divide all over the world, by the way. India even more, because we do not have the infrastructure, do not have the dollars to spend on laptops or tablets or iPhones. But digital divide is a problem which has been discussed right now in the United States. Keeping in mind, just to put in perspective, the United States is $60,000 per capita country. India is $2,000 per capita country. Unless we develop the ability to design tablets, design products, which are 1/10 the cost of what China produces, India would always have to import those technologies. So point number one, even if we had the money, we'd be dependent on some other country. And number two, we do not have the money nor we have the infrastructure. So how do we attack? I think I've got basically a 5-pronged approach. But before I get to the problem, I want to remind everyone that 65% of India depends on the agro sector. Keep that in mind. Then second thing you have to keep in mind, the population density of our country is as high as that of South Korea, which means land is very dear, and 70% live in the rural sector. Now, South Korea's productivity of land is about 4 times that of India's. And I don't know whether you are keeping track of India's productivity of farmlands have been flat over the last 7-8 years. When I did the famous study for the previous Chief Minister, Jyoti Basu, on strategy of West Bengal, I did talk about the real focus should be building on the focus on the rural sector, how to take it, increase the income by 4 times. So given the focus is agro, and that's where our people are, how do we reach out to those people to gap the digital divide? Now, I have 3 proposals. One is what I said earlier, that digital divide has to be solved by using physical means, where we create assignments for people living in cities or small towns to go out to the village or go out to the poorest schools to work with them. Because that's part of the education, that we have to get exposed to the problems of the country, and the problems of the country that we are poor. As simple as that, it should be stated, and people should be directly exposed and be solving and teaching people and children in poorer schools. So point number one. Point number two, instead of being able to give one tablet, which was my friend's dream, I don't know whether you've heard about Nicolas Negroponte. Dr. Negroponte came up with 1 laptop per child. And he wanted to introduce that in India, but unfortunately for bureaucratic reasons, he couldn't. But what stops us, the companies, to come up with very robust laptop, which could be distributed out free with connection built in. But that may take time. Again, I do not want to be unpractical, because many parts of the NEP looks good, but I do not know how it will be implemented, the logistics of the program. So I would suggest thinking of, in every village, 1 center where we have a screen, large screen, which will work 24 hours a day for different educational programs, 24 hours a day. Even if someone wants to go to the evening, something is going on. Not Bollywood movies, but educational programs. So that's very easy to do because every village center would have one, and that should be in a nice shade, well protected, well connected with a good screen. Third, use the radio network. The radio network, 24 hours a day, working, and we should hand out, the radios could be handed out free to people with a certain level of families which has got income below a certain level. And the radio programs in Bengali and Hindi to continue in any other Indian language. And the other point I want to make, by the way, which is very important, and often India has made mistakes on that front. You know, India has always taken a pride. I remember a meeting I was with Mr. Chidambaram, the finance minister, about 15 years ago in Japan. And he stood up. I spoke first, and then he was asked to speak. And first thing he said, you know, you should invest in India. Why? Because we have 200 million middle class and they all speak English. And Japanese started looking at it, but we don't speak English. China doesn't speak English. Korea doesn't speak English. To assume that because we speak English, we have a strategic advantage, that is absolutely, to be honest with you, I don't want to use the B word, but it doesn't make sense. What makes sense, that's where I like the NEP policy, that we have to appreciate our own mother tongue. If I want to appreciate my mother, I should appreciate my mother for her mother tongue. The big challenge is, given that we have 1,625 languages in the country, not dialects, languages, how do we construct an economic system where all the languages survive? If I don't speak English, I should not be looked down upon. That is a fundamental break we have to make from the past. Because now today, the assumption is that that guy doesn't speak English, that means he's illiterate. But if you go to China, I know many Chinese CEOs who are running billion-dollar enterprises, $1 billion. They don't speak a word of English. The other day, I had a meeting with the chairman of Haier, which makes electrical appliances, Mr. Dr. Zhang. He doesn't speak English, but he's building a global empire. So I think we have to be very realistic. What is the strategic advantage that we want to build on? Unless I can express in Bengali the best thoughts that I have in my heart, how would I do that in other language? In fact, Michael Madhusudhan Dutt was told when he wrote his famous book, The Captive Lady and Vision of the Past, by an Englishman who was a very famous author at that time, that Michael, I wonder if you wrote in your mother tongue what you would have created. And that prompted him to write Michael, the famous Meghnad Badh Kabbya, which he wrote in Bengali as well. And that's what he's known for now. But his two books are brilliant books. If you get a chance, read them. The Captive Lady and the Vision of the Past. So I think we have to there also be very creative. The digital, how to use the word of digitization to connect a person in Kerala. I've talked about it a lot in various forums with a person in Punjab. The Punjabi person in Punjab speaks in Punjabi. The Keralites speak in Keralite, but we have a cloud system where there's automatic translation going on. We have that technology. That should have been discussed. We say they should learn sign language, artificial intelligence language, but how to use the power of AI to integrate the
Gentle reminder, you only have 5 more minutes, please.
Only 5 minutes. Okay. I could have gone on for 5 hours. Carry on with it.
No. So you were saying that you would like to round it off. So
yeah. Let me bring it all together, because I think first, we should thank the government, the Prime Minister. In fact, Prime Minister, I made a presentation a long time ago, which Prime Minister was supposed to attend, which was organized by Pan IIT in Delhi on artificial intelligence, the role of artificial intelligence in nation building, which I will send it to you, Sumit. That could be integrated as part of your report. That's point number one. Because AI could help a lot of the issues that we're talking about. Okay, given that, I would suggest that when you send out your report to the ministry, the first point we should make is that for this to work, we have to be extremely focused, surgically focused. Then what are the 2 or 3 things where we want to excel in, as opposed to talking about hundreds of things? And to me, that would be character. If you ask me, Partha, if you have to focus on rebuilding the country, what you will focus on? I would say character. Because the corruption, the lack of intellectual honesty, the short-circuitedness that we enjoy all the time, not following the red signals when we set up the light signals on the crossroads. This will not help build the country, however you educate them. It is not a matter of uttering E equal to MC square. So character focus, I think, which the education policy talks about, the early childhood, should be focused all the way through from the age of 3 to higher education. And to me, character means conscience, 3 C's, courage, and creativity. Once again, conscience, that I am conscious about the surrounding, I have the courage to express myself, and I have the creativity to engage with problems with a new perspective. That's point number 1. Point number 2, it should be agro-focused. The whole world is now talking about green energy. Fortunately, 70% of our population live in the green area. Fortunately, unfortunately, because we have not done much for them, but they are in the farming community. Instead of bringing them in the cities and clogging the cities, which we have done very well, suffocating the cities, whether you talk about Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta, fortunately benefited because of deindustrialization of Bengal, which I always welcome, by the way, because you can recreate the industrialization with a new perspective. But the point is, it has to be agro-focused education. There has to be much more discussion on soil sciences, moisture, and how to help the farmer become significantly productive. As I mentioned earlier, there's a gap of almost 4 times. South Korea productivity is 4 times that of India, and the reason I'm picking up South Korea because the population density is the same. Third, I think many of the others have mentioned, we have a system in place. Maybe hodgepodge, maybe not serving, but at the same time, a lot of money, a lot of thinking. I love the educators of our country. Every time I meet them, today I heard them, they are dedicated. We have to give them the power, empower them more, and give the educators a stature. When Mukesh Ambani walks in, we stand up. When our educators should walk in, we should stand up. If they're coming from kindergarten or from the university, you don't have to be the vice chancellor. So we have to give education a tremendous stature, and with a fundamental focus, it's a very important point, on 3 H's, which was touched by some of the other speakers, which is the hand, the heart, and the head. Because in India, what has happened, the people are...
Gentle reminder, you have 2 more minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Working with the hand, they do not get a chance to educate their head. People who are the head, they do not want to do any physical work. Have you noticed? I mean, they do not want to lift their briefcase. What the hell is that? We have to connect the 3 H's. And that you should start at early education, and all the way it should go up to senior levels. Upgrade professional trade schools. I'm glad that was made, vocational versus professional. I think there's only one profession. We all have profession, whether it's a plumber, electrician, a carpenter, a farmer, or a lawyer, or an engineer, or a doctor. All of them are equally important. So salary structures have to be adjusted. Then you will see a new areas develop, because one of the richest people in Japan are carpenters. They are pottery makers. So that we have to keep in mind. And finally, I think, which is a very important point, focus on continuing education on leadership and ethics. And that should be focused towards the adults, the businessmen, who are very good in creating non-performing assets, but their personal assets keep on growing. That, unless you stop that, I really mean it. And that education system policy should have talked about it. When we talk about holistic education, is the education of the leadership, because that's where we are making wrong choices continuously. So that's where I would like to end. I could have continued, but these are the 5 points. If you guys could highlight, again, summarizing: foundational program on 3 C's, agro-focus, revamp the current education system, including Shantiniketan, upgrade the professional trade schools, and continuing education on leadership and ethics. That's why the Boston Pledge and the Leadership Academy in Kharagpur has been set up to take it forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And for us, I think the takeaway is that educators need to be respected. When educators walk into the room, we should stand up. I think that is the enduring message that goes out. Thank you so much, Dr. Ghosh. Over back to you, Sanchari.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Patu Ghosh, for your valuable insights, sir, and Mr. Sumit Dasgupta for his excellent session. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly honored and humbled with the august presence of Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, Principal Economic Advisor to the Government of India in this forum, and the session topic is Rethinking Education in the Post-COVID World. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty, Director, East and Northeast India, British Council, to welcome Shri Sanjeev Sanyal. Dr. Debanjan Chakraborty is the Director, British Council, East and Northeast India. He has over 18 years of experience in leading education, development and cultural collaboration programs in India and internationally for British Council. In his present role, he leads on all of British Council's work in education and cultural relations in East and Northeast India, covering 13 states and Bhutan. A triple gold medalist in English literature from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, Debanjan was awarded a Felix Scholarship for his PhD from the University of Reading, UK. He was schooled in Ramakrishna Mission in Purulia and Narendrapur. Debanjan started his career as a journalist with the ABP Group and taught English literature and films at Vishwabharati University in Shantiniketan and at the University of Reading. Debanjan is a keen sportsman, an avid reader, and a cinephile. He occasionally writes for national and international publications on education, books, sports, and films. He is one of the trustees of the International Language and Development Conference and sits on one of the Education Advisory Board at the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would like to now invite him to take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sanchari. Can you hear me? All
yes.
right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hi. Namaskar and good evening. It is my great pleasure to introduce Sri Sanjeev Sanyal, who is currently, as you know, is Principal Economic Advisor to the Government of India. And he's also the co-chair of the G20 Framework Working Group. He represents India on a number of international forums. Before joining the government in February 2017, he spent over 2 decades in the financial sector and was the global strategist and managing director at the Deutsche Bank. He was named the Young Global Leader by the World Economic Forum in 2010. Sri Sanyal is a well-known urban theorist and writer. In 2007, he was awarded the Eisenhower Fellowship for his work on urban dynamics. He has been a visiting scholar at Oxford University, adjunct fellow at Institute of Policy Studies, Singapore, a senior fellow of the Worldwide Fund for Nature, a fellow of the Royal Geographic Society, London, and an honorary professor at JNU Delhi. He served on the Future City Subcommittee of the Singapore government, tasked with building a long-term vision of the city-state. Sri Sanyal studied at Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi, and Oxford University, where he was a Rhodes Scholar. His best-selling books include Land of Seven Rivers, The Indian Renaissance, India in the Age of Ideas, and The Ocean of Churn, all published by Penguin. In addition, he has published over 200 articles, columns, and reports in leading national and international publications. And having just finished The Ocean of Churn and the Indian Renaissance, I can vouch for what a compelling thinker he is. A real polymath, a Renaissance speaker. Sri Sanyal will speak to us about rethinking education in a post-COVID world. Over to you, Sri Sanyal.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to speak to all of you. So what I'm do, as I warned the organizers before I signed up for this, is that I am not an expert on the NEP. By the way, can you hear me all?
Yes, we can. Yeah. We can.
So I'm not an expert on the NEP. And I'm not an educationist, so I do not claim to have any particular insight into the NEP. But what I'm going to do is look a little wider, in the sense that I think the post-COVID world is not a matter of re-inflating the pre-COVID world. It will be substantially different, and many long-term trends that were anyway coming together will culminate. And the logic of this post-COVID world, I'm not thinking in the next year or two, I'm taking a decade or two kind of view of the world. This could be very, very substantially different. So I'm going to talk about a few things which I think are important, and we will see how we can have a Q&A afterwards about it. Now, one of the very important trends that were in place before this COVID episode, but will now play itself out everywhere in the world, but specifically in India as well, is the problem of rapid changes in demographics. Now, we tend to think of India eternally having very high birth rates. But in fact, what is happening over the last decade is that our birth rates have declined very, very sharply. In fact, India's birth rate right now is about 2.2 children per woman of childbearing age, which is roughly the level you need to stabilize the population. Population growth rate in India right now, because of the number of children, it is happening basically because we are living longer. And this is important because this relates to what I'm going to say next. We're also living a lot longer. The average Indian will now, when we do the next census, I'm quite certain will be now living somewhere into his and her 70s. Most people on this call who are relatively well off will almost certainly live into their 80s. Now, why does this matter? Because you see, the way our education is today set up is that basically we take in people into the education system when they're 3 or 4 or whatever you think is the appropriate age for taking them out. And then they basically study, if they're going to go into college, maybe they study somewhere in their 20s, and then they essentially go out into the workforce and never actually come back into the university system. Now, this is set up actually for a world where most people live maybe into their 60s. So basically the idea was you started working at around about somewhere around about 25, and then you worked and you retired at 60. Now, there is a problem with this thinking process because basically it is based on a world with the assumption that you lived maybe into your 60s and by 70, you basically passed away. That is the world for which this system was set up. Unfortunately, in a world where technologies are rapidly changing and we are all routinely living into our 80s, and where pension systems, I can assure you, nowhere in the world are going to be able to keep you with running on a pension into your 80s, especially when the intake of young people is going to sharply decline worldwide. It's in fact happened everywhere. It's also going to happen in India. In that context, you cannot run the current education system because effectively most of us, especially those of us who are 50 and below, should be prepared to be working at least till 75. I'm afraid no pension system in the world is going to be able to support you essentially working from age 25 to 60 when you are routinely living to 85, which basically means that you will have if you're living to 85 and you've only worked for 35 years of your life, and even that after you edit out weekends and holidays and other things, you worked for very little time. You can't expect any economic system to sustain you for so long. So worldwide, they will have to go through a fundamental change in the way we do our education system. Now, this also fits with another problem, which is rapid technological changes. No matter how well educated you were and how many PhDs you had, by the time you are in your 60s, you are outdated. And so there is a real problem here that, and this is, by the way, true even for people who are in the humanities. I mean, say you're a historian, I'm sorry, the historical knowledge you have, thanks to genetics and archaeological finds, etc., is also outdated. So forget about people in the sciences, social sciences, etc. Even in the humanities, it will have changed. I mean, the kind of literature we now need, thanks to social media, is fundamentally changed. I mean, poetry, for example, is done on Twitter as micro-poetry. It's a legitimate form of art. So the point I'm making to you is that this idea that you study till 25, work till 60, and then retire and live for another 25 years has already broken down. And rapid changes in education is anyway rapidly reducing your usefulness of your skills that you picked up in till your 20s. So the education system worldwide will have to adjust to this. And the way it will adjust, and by the way, I'm a complexity theory man, and I usually do not like to make forecasts because fundamentally, philosophically, I believe that the world is very difficult to predict, but I can see that this is a very likely path. We have to prepare to get educated many times in life. In fact, it is entirely possible in a world where people live routinely to their 80s to have one full career and then somewhere in your late 50s go back to university and have another career. Because if you do not do this, what is in the current system, what is happening is that the person who is the senior most in the system and is likely to be taking the most important and critical decisions is also the most outdated person in the system. That is clearly not tenable. So we need, therefore, to rethink education as something now that we do through our lives, continuously updated and possibly even completely changing careers somewhere in our 50s. Because if you change your career at 55 and you probably have another 20 good years to go. Because one of the points about this increase in longevity is also that most of us are going to be quite fit, even in our 70s, to be able to doing full-time daily work. So where am I going with this? The point I'm making is this idea of lifelong learning, continuing education, etc., is now seen as some sort of some people, it's a hobby horse of people who may want to do other things in life or are unhappy with what they happen to have done in their 20s and want to change track, etc. I'm sorry, this is the only way this is all going to work. So this takes me to another issue that we have, which is that technology, while it creating this problem, is also in some ways bringing up the solution. The very fact that we are sitting and having this conversation in the way we are, and most of us are completely used to doing this at this point, having suffered through many alumni gatherings on Zoom over the last several months, means that we are now actually quite used to using technology for education in completely different ways. Now, we have tried out Zoom parties and Zoom conferences. I'm sure we will now be very used to doing Zoom lectures, taking lectures on YouTube. In fact, why on earth do you need so many tens of thousands of lecturers in the world and professors in the world? What you really need is one good lecturer, the best in the world in that field, to deliver one great lecture and put it on YouTube. And that same person can do a few live ones on Zoom later on. And then, you do need some hands-on and other things, and that can be done by study leaders at the local level in small groups. But again, using YouTube and technology and so on, why do we need this old style way of learning? We can learn along throughout our lives at our own pace, learning from the very best in the world without having to do it the way we are doing it today. So now, therefore, it comes to a very important point about what will future universities look like. Today, we have the conception that at 18, we go off to this far-off, walled-off campus. We sit there, attend some classes, and then we come back and do some, tutorials, maybe write some essays, and so on. But the fact is, if we are going to be doing this lifelong learning and upgrading our skills, that means the way we do certification, give degrees, etc., everything will be revamped. Now that cannot now be done by expecting somebody who is probably working, probably is married, has 3 kids, to be taking time off to go off to a campus somewhere in the boondocks to gain a degree. So this entire way of getting a degree will probably have to also adjust. So this is a very, very different way of thinking about it. And I can tell you that the successful universities of the past are the universities that are already embedded in major urban clusters. So, ironically, in some ways, we will be going back to the kinds of universities we used to make before independence. Whether you look at St. Xavier's or Presidency, which are embedded in the middle of the city. And this is worldwide true. Oxford is a town. Cambridge, there are universities in the middle of London, middle of New York, middle of Boston. Unfortunately, post-independence, we have attempted to create these walled-off universities in India, which have no linkages to the urban landscape in which they are embedded. That is a dead model. It probably never was a good model. It now is a dead model. After all, it makes no sense to have IIT Kanpur in Kanpur when it has nothing to do with Kanpur, or IIT Kharagpur which has nothing to do with Kharagpur. Whereas if you want to have any face-to-face interaction, it will have to now be done with people who probably have other lives. And this will even be true of the professors themselves. There's no point in keeping a professor living isolated in Kharagpur when his or her spouse has another life. And it's quite possible that this professor also needs to be in touch with industry, with the latest cutting edge changes that are happening in the rest of the world. And so I think this entire model of universities, which are cut off from the rest of the world, this idea of full-time students spending all their times in these campuses doing nothing other than study, I think this is already perhaps dead. And so while there are more obscure elements in the NEP which talk about continuing education, you may discover that over time this may actually become the central theme. And this may happen very, very quickly. It is also perhaps true that this idea of very expensive education is perhaps also dead. Now in India, thanks to various, the dominance of public institutions for higher education, fees tend not to be very high. But certainly in the case of the West, you have very expensive universities, Harvard and so on. Increasingly, I would argue that the very expensive degree and a very expensive higher education degree is also going to basically get undermined by education. Why on earth would you want to pay a huge fee to study at Harvard other than the signaling effect of it? If you can listen to all the lectures online and study the same books, you can basically, and you can do it anytime in your life. You don't have to do it at the beginning of your life. So that is a very different context. Now, this is something I talked about is probably going to play itself out over the next 20 years. Now, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on something somewhat closer home, perhaps discussed in NEP, but I think it should be a matter of public debate anyway, irrespective, and which is related to the use of Indian languages more aggressively, particularly in the early part of education. I know the NEP talks about it, and I'm totally in favor of having more of our foundational education in Indian languages. And there needs to be a way of making sure that this is done even in elite schools. Otherwise, we'll end up with a two-track country. However, while the theory of this is good, the practice of it, however, needs to be thought about from a very basic perspective, which is that the textbooks and curriculums in Indian languages need to be radically upgraded and updated. I don't know if you have in recent times looked at, now I know two languages so I can vouch for them, Hindi and Bangla. And if you look at the textbooks for those languages, you will be pretty shocked that these are at best updated till the 1960s. Now, I understand Indian languages do need to have, include in it some part of things that are eternal in the sense of folk tales, history, popular legends and so on, which are probably, those are not going to go away. I'm sure in Bangla, you'll always teach some bit of Tagore, even 100 years from now. However, if you take that away and look at the rest, it is almost all stuck somewhere in 1960. For example, look at the technologies that you will find there. I actually did this exercise with Hindi and Bangla textbooks about a few years ago, and I'm sure it's not changed. From class 6 to class 10, and just looked at what were the technologies that were mentioned there. It's quite interesting. Most of the technologies that are there, mentioned there, will essentially be still steam engines and radios. You won't even see a mention of televisions there, if at all. And now we are 25 years on from the introduction of mobile telephony. The average kid is reading these textbooks in a very aspirational country when there is nothing around him that he sees as mentioned. Forget text. He or she is using a smartphone almost certainly at home. Spends a lot of time on it. Probably even doing classes these days on it. But there is no mention of anything even remotely like an app or Wi-Fi or smartphones or even a computer in there. So it's quite extraordinary. There was one story that had was attempting, I remember this Hindi textbook from class 7 that was being taught. It was attempting to talk about how aliens would come and something. That was an attempt at being futuristic. But it's quite bizarre. The technologies they were mentioning in there, unfortunately, to the average Indian kid in 2010 would actually look pretty backward. So the point I'm making to you is we need to begin upgrading them. And this is also true, by the way, even further up the chain. Indian languages are obsessed with early 20th century writers. I'm sure Premchand was a great writer, but who is the Premchand of today? Now, at a literature festival about 2-3 years ago, it was, I think, in Bhubaneswar, there was a very famous Hindi writer who's won many Gyanpith awards and other awards, who was sitting on the same dais as me on a panel. And, we were talking about Indian literature. And I asked her that, both Premchand and Tagore and Manto and so on were already very famous by the time they were 40. So I asked her, since she was, leading light in Hindi literature, she was in her 70s at that time. I asked her that who she would consider below the age of 40. Could she name me a writer who may perhaps be a Tagore or Manto or Premchand in the next few years? She was unable to name even one. Now, this is not a random person on the street. This is a person who's considered a leading light in this field. And they could not mention a single person in Indian literature. And I would argue that is a genuine crisis, that we are not creating new ideas in Indian languages. Indian authors love being translated into English. Fair enough, that's great for the author's own, his or her reputation. But we do not pay enough attention to be translating new Indian writing, new global writings from English or any other language for that matter, into Indian languages. See, until a language is a repository of new ideas, it's not going to live. So it's really the inward transit of ideas that really matters for a language, not the outward one. Great writings in Greek, ancient Greek, has not led to the revival of ancient Greek. Most of us will have read Plato in English. And that's why English is such a great language. So unless you begin to now translate today's great writings in other languages into Bangla, into Tamil, into Hindi, these languages will not be the way to expose the next generation to new ideas in sciences, in literature, in politics, in economics, etc. So I think this is a very important thing that we need to think about. It's all very well to say we need our Indian languages to be used as medium of education, but it's no point if all we are doing is continuing, perpetuation of outdated ideas in it. Kids will very quickly find out and realize that they are not learning anything new. And I don't care how great that story of Eidgah is by Premchand. Even in the 1980s, when I was a kid, I thought it didn't make any sense to me. And I thought it was already an outdated idea. It's okay to have been another idea that was there in among many other ideas. But if that is the sum total of what I am learning from a language, it is not going to progress. So if we want Indian language learning, and if we want Indian languages to do well, we have to bring in new writings in those languages. There is one or two exceptions to this. I can't read Marathi, but I have been impressed with young Marathi writers though. And I do find that there are, at least in Marathi, quite a few good writers. I mean, I can't read the original writings, but in my conversations in Hindi or English in them, I do find that there are some great writers, but I'm afraid I cannot say that about Hindi. And I would be skeptical even of Bangla, the two languages I do know. Now I'm going to end this conversation with another thing, a pet topic of mine, which is about the widening of education. This is also sort of mentioned along the way in NEP, but again, pet topic of mine and for many years, that we do need to stop this streaming, a very narrow streaming that we do at class 10, basically, after which we don't learn other subjects. A science student will basically learn science for 11, 12, do his IIT exams, go to IIT, and do something, maybe forced to learn some subsidiary subject, and that's about it. Now, I think we do need to widen things, and at least I will argue, to be fair to the science and engineering and maths, and even to the economists, if I may say so, they at least bother to keep up with other fields. This is terrible in the humanities and non-economics social sciences. Now, if it is true that the scientists do need to learn literature, I'm afraid the literatures and the sociologists, etc., do also need to learn some science. They also need to learn some maths, and they need to learn something about international relations. This is unfortunately not taught. And so the entire onus of widening of mind has been handed to the scientists, but not to anybody else. And I'm sorry, this is not tenable. So and I would love to see an English literature course in India, which also teaches students basic statistics, because many of these students end up being journalists, and I have to deal with them every day. So I think this is a real failure, and this is somewhat skewed idea of educating the scientists for a wider thing has to also go into other fields. So I'm sorry, economists here, do read your history, do learn some basic ideas about common law system that applies to you in this country, and so on. I hope the literature students similarly will learn about other things. And now I'm going to end with the last point I want to make, which also is mostly about not so much the sciences, but about the humanities and the social sciences, which is, this is true of the rest of the world to some extent, but in India, there is a serious problem with ideological tinted teaching and curriculums. It is possible, for example, in India, to only, if you were an economics student, for example, to have only grown up with that same one, stream of thinking. You may have learned a little bit about Marxism, you learn something about Nehruvian socialism, you learn something about Amartya Sen and Joan Robinson and how great Lasky was, despite all the failures of their ideas. You will not learn something about very well-known and great economists like Hayek. In fact, you can get a PhD in economics in India without ever having read Hayek. It is astounding, without ever having read other schools of thought. If you're studying, for example, if you're studying English literature, you'll be given a long amount of critical theory, but you will actually not be taught how to actually write any literature and contribute to literature. So you have a peculiar situation in India. There's been a boom in recent years, at least in English writing by Indian authors. And it's quite remarkable that almost none of them have an English literature degree. All the best, highest selling Indian authors are either economists or engineers or MBAs. So at least one can say the widening of their mind through whatever route has happened has genuinely worked. But I would love to see some people from a literature background actually make it big in actually selling books. So I'm going to end there and hand it back to you.
Thank you, Shri Sanyal, for a very thought-provoking set of ideas and point taken about the uselessness of literature students. Mea culpa. But what was absolutely fascinating was the macro view you gave us, the philosophical grounding and the perspectives you brought in. I was particularly fascinated by the geospatial element you brought in with regards to location of universities. Yesterday, in one of the sessions, Pramatraj Sena mentioned some of the ideas you talked about the importance of lifelong learning, of a 60-year-old learning cycle, etc. And so one of the points you made was about the importance of Indian languages, and NEP is very, very specific about that. I wanted to know from you, and this is again with reference to one of the speakers earlier today, who felt that we have an advantage globally with regards to English as a language. Do you think that a focus on Indian languages, mother tongues in the early years of education could reverse some of the economic advantages that we perceive to have over others? Personally, I don't think so. Just like you, I'm trilingual in exactly those same languages. I was born in Bihar, so my Hindi is very, very good. Over to you.
Well, I personally think that it's perfectly fine to do the initial foundational teaching in Indian language. This is expose kids to English. But let me put it this way, at least those of us who go to elite schools basically learn all our subjects in English and are then taught the Indian language as some sort of a subsidiary, as a subject.
Yeah.
You can still teach English as a subject and teach history, geography, science, etc. And in Indian language, at least at the foundational level. That's really, I think, what the NEP is really trying to say. And in fact, the NEP, I think, also says that at some point you can load on another Indian language in there. What's the problem? Or learn Sanskrit or something. Yeah. So I think this idea that somehow we are limited in the number of languages that we can be proficient in is utter rubbish. In fact, this has always been true in India. Throughout our history, we have always had a formal language and a language of everyday use. Even in ancient times, we basically used Pali or Prakrit in everyday use and learned the formal common language of Sanskrit. In medieval times, that went on to use of Hindi, etc., and Persian as the court language. And then more recently, we have English, and in our everyday life, use Bangla or Hindi or whatever, Tamil or whatever it is. So I don't think we have a problem with having multiple languages. We are quite conversant with it. All that I think the NEP is saying is that the English be taught. And in any case, anybody who now we are all having to interact with technologies, a lot of it is in English. So even if you don't have to be a great Pandit in English, you basically can get by because all the apps and everything you are having to use every day is, at least the first instance, appears in English. At some later stage, they may also have a Hindi or Assamese or Gujarati version. So I think we're all conversant and we switch back and forth between them. All that is being suggested is that you give chance to the Indian language to be the medium of instruction in a general sense up to some level. But let me say, it has to be with modernized textbooks. You can't use these archaic textbooks to do this anymore. So if you're going to teach maths using an archaic textbook, and the examples that are given there are archaic and don't make sense anymore, then don't expect the kid to take great interest in this.
No, all of these things resonate with me personally. I was involved in the writing of the English language textbooks of the West Bengal government some years back. And there was a huge battle royale almost about in the illustrations for the primary stage, where how would you illustrate a telephone? And people wanted to put in a dial magnetophone with those dials. And the argument I was making that, please put in a mobile phone. These kids, very few kids, even in rural areas, particularly in rural areas, would they have seen a phone, that kind of dial magnetophones. So I think it's a very, very valid point. And I completely agree with you on the language question, because I think NEP makes a very, very progressive suggestion about using mother tongues or home languages to establish the foundations in numeracy and basic literacy, and also the abstract concepts of science, and then transition or have a parallel track with English. So that point is very, very well made. So one of the other questions I have for you is, do you think that there is too little of market-led governance in the education sector in India, and too much of government-led governance in that sector? And maybe NEP hasn't spoken very volubly on that aspect.
So as I said, I'm not an expert on NEP at all. So I haven't
overall on the education system.
My own sense is that governance in general should be done by the state, because it really deals with. The problem is the delivery does not have to be by government. That is where I would want the public sector to come in. After all, the RBI is government. That doesn't mean that all our banks have to be publicly owned. Some can be publicly owned, some can be privately owned. The same thing is true in many other sectors. You have a regulatory authority that puts some. After all, for example, you can have the some rethinking on who provides the certifications, for example. There can be some top-down, that has to be done in some way through a top-down way. And government will have to be involved, otherwise there will be all kinds of misuses, etc., that could creep in. But on the other hand, the delivery can be entirely private. Why shouldn't there be large numbers of private sector universities? Even in public universities, you can have private colleges. After some of the best colleges in the country are privately set up.
Colleges,
yeah. We are unnecessarily interfering with them. The college I went to, Sri Ram College of Commerce,
Yeah.
is a private college set up with private philanthropy. It's an excellent place. There are many others as well. So the point I'm making is that there can be an overall framework of governance that can still be run by the state. My problem is that this idea that the state should be the only deliverer of this is probably outdated.
Right. There's a question in the chat box, Shri Sanyal, which is related to the topic we were discussing just now. How important is the private and public partnerships in the realization of NEP? I think let's set aside the NEP part of it, but how important is private and public partnership in education?
I think you do need to have both. After all, you do need some public education for two reasons. One is, of course, for the poor, but also I think it is very important to have an alternative in areas like education and health. Otherwise, you will have a very typical price gouging problem. I'll give the analogy I'll give you an analogy in health, for example, so that you understand what I mean. You need to have public hospitals because you need an alternative to the private one. Otherwise, the private sector, if it completely dominates it and is not regulated, will do price gouging. It will maximize profits and in an area where markets do not entirely work. They work to some extent. It's not that they don't work, but there is an asymmetry of power and information between the service provider and the service taker. Similar thing also exists in the private sector. If you have completely private provision of education, you will have price gouging of various kinds. And by the way, the US has a serious problem with this. One of the problems in the US is, in the last 15 years, university education has essentially become unaffordable. So either you are very rich, or you have to take on these massive student loans. And some of it is completely inexplicable, because some of these universities that have these very high fees are actually very rich. So it's not like they're dying for money. They have billions of dollars in endowments, and yet they will charge, $50,000 a year for an education. And by the time you finished an education, you are, you're paid already for 4-year education. You're paid $200,000 plus living expense, etc. You are $350,000 or something like that in debt. That's nuts for a person who's starting out in life. So the point I'm making is, you do need some regulation. You'd also need to create some competition. So the US has, for example, in parallel to its private system, it does have a fairly good public system as well. Some of the great universities in the US, like Berkeley, Penn State, etc., are public universities, and at least for in-state students, they are not very expensive. So there are ways of doing these things. So I would argue that there is space for both. This is an area where I think there is space for both. I am, in other areas, a big advocate for private sector, privatization, and so on. I don't see a great role for example, the public sector in hotels industry, for example. That should be completely private. But in certain areas where there is clearly, the markets do not completely work, there is a case for allowing some public provision, some regulation, and so on.
Thank you so much, Sri Sanyal. I know you are hard-pressed for time. I will bring this conversation to a close, but with a huge word of thanks to you. Deeply appreciate the time you have taken to be with us here with the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, the oldest Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the country. Thank you very much. I will hand it back to Sanchari now. Shri Sanyal, if you could stay with us for a couple of minutes more, we will be very, very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed an honor and privilege to host our esteemed dignitary for this evening, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal. Thank you so very much, sir, for your inspiring talk, and thank you so much, Dr. Chakraborty, for moderating this exclusive and fantastic event. We have come, ladies and gentlemen, to the last leg of this evening. It has been so wonderful listening to such enriching perspectives. We all have so much to learn and so much to work towards. But before we call it a day, I would like to now invite Mr. Dev A. Mukherjee, President-Designate, BCC&I, for presenting the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sanchari. Good evening to all of you. Indeed, very heartening, very rewarding, I would say. 2 days of experience, 2 days of very intense discussion, I would say, and sharing of perspectives by very eminent speakers, locally and globally, on the New Education Policy 2020. It all started, of course, with the vision and the objectives so well articulated by the main architect of the policy, Dr. Kasturirangan. And that triggered discussions and deliberations that looked at both the structure and the content of the policy and its various ramifications and the touch points in the entire education progression matrix, if I may put it that way, the entire spectrum of it. What was very heartening to note is that right across the piece, from primary education to secondary, through to the university and even the research work, what was actually recommended, or what is actually recommended, has been validated, if I may say, validated by research, evidence-based research, as we came to know today from Professor Yanthi Simple, on a project which she had taken at the primary education level. And that validates, the evidence-based research data validates the vision, the recommendations of the new education policy. So that's a very heartening point to note. We do see that the policy is purpose-driven and outcome-based. And that is the most interesting aspect of the policy and the discussions that ensued. Of course, discussions also centered around home language, multilingual, multidisciplinary, but above all, what emerged was a very inclusive, equitable, holistic learning process with focus on individual. One, and the second aspect which came out very well is the flexibility in the education process. Mr. Sanyal very rightly said that in terms of the future, what the future would unfold, the flexibility will be seen at its very extreme form, so to speak. One could even take up a PhD or take up some other areas of interest in education at the advanced stage of 60 or 70 because of the longevity that we have, because of the demographic change that has come about, and with the deployment and application of technology. So all this is going to shake up the system, but to bring some order and to give it a certain direction, to my mind, and I think you would all largely agree, the new education policy has a good wish list. But yes, of course, the delivery mechanism and what gets translated into practice is where the real challenge lies. And let's all hope that all of us together can make that happen. But all in all, it was indeed a very, very intense, productive, and educative process, so to speak. Thank you very much, all the speakers, and of course, Mr. Sanyal, Dr. Partha Ghosh, and all the other eminent speakers of today. And of course, we had some great minds yesterday as well. I would particularly like to thank the organizers, and I would first like to thank the Education Committee and the leadership of the committee who have put together such a well-structured, curated a program that is so well structured because it touched on all the important aspects of the policy and they connected those issues to the right appropriate speakers. Thanks, Dr. Subarna Bose and his team for making that happen, and that actually enhanced the value and improved the quality of the deliberations yesterday and today. I would like to thank the British Council, the UK as our country partner for having supported this initiative, ABP Education, and the educational institutes in Calcutta, the Bhavanipur Education Society, Techno India, Sister Nivedita University, Dr. Bose's own organization, IIHM, Shri Shikshayathan, EduGuy, and all the others who have contributed and worked tirelessly to make this event a success. Thank you very much and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee. And before we leave, we have Dr. Bose here. I can see him. And welcome, sir. Welcome back. And we would like to hear some parting words from you, sir.
I know. I mean, absolutely rocking 2 days. Thanks, everyone, the team at the Bengal Chamber, team in the EduGuy and IIHM. I think special thanks to the speakers, the panelists, the international speaker. We had as many as almost 8 to 10 international speakers. And as Mr. Sanyal
was saying that now the world has become a different world, and it's actually become much easy to get the best speaker from all over the globe. And we did that actually. We got some best mind. And of course, a very special thank to Dr. Padma Bhushan, Dr. Kasturi Rangan himself, because he spent a lot of time, and we were so happy that we have inducted him in the Hall of Fame of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce in the year 2020. So that is a high point of the Education Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. So thanks everybody, and thanks for being with us. Look forward for the 2021 annual conclave, and look forward for one more virtual conclave, because I think it works much better than a physical conclave. And thanks everybody once again, and wishing all of them a very, very great evening ahead. Thank you, Sanchari.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a pleasure to host everybody in the last 2 days. It was such a successful conclave. And I would like to, of course, thank the entire audience for being so brave and definitely being patient and hearing all the wonderful, wonderful, you can say sessions. So thank you so much, everyone, for a fantastic 2-day conclave. And as we draw to the end, we would like to have everybody right now on screen so that we can have an amazing picture taken for our memory. So could our technical team help us with a lovely picture of all of us here? Thank you so much, everyone. And we look forward to seeing you and hosting you again very, very, very soon. Have a wonderful weekend ahead. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And you can now go ahead and patiently draw out of the session and, of course, log out. And we shall be seeing you again very soon. Thank you so much. Namaskar.